Well, hello. Sorry. It's been a little hectic this morning. Um, Storm came through and I had to wait for the storm to pass before I could, take my dogs out and walk them and put them up and stuff for the day. There was a tornado warning that came through. So sorry for my tardy. It's just a little hectic outside this morning, but that's all done. And now it's calm. It's pretty cool out. It's mellow outside. It's a little cold and windy, but it's not so bad now. And so now I have my coffee. Hope you guys have your coffee and you're doing very well this fine Moonday morning. It's episode 222, you guys. 222. Scrotal Xerox, good to see you. Dionysus, what's up, Dennis? Jeff Platinum, Annie D. Hello, Annie D. Coffee sipping at this time. Liz, good to see you. Good to read you. Closet Steve. What are you in the closet about, Steve? What are you in the closet about? Light before the tunnel. I like money. Money's okay. The lack of it sucks, I'll tell you that. Jeff Peterson, good to see you. Billingtano, hello. Aisling717, hello, my friend. Tony Coriolis. I have a question for all. Which lie have been told do you regard as the most painful to get over? The Accidental Alchemist, good to see you. My garbage cans blew over. Oh, you know what? I didn't even check my garbage cans. Wonder if I should go check them real quick. Starting early today because of the 4-hour difference instead of the usual 5. Oh, because you guys haven't changed time yet. Voy. I was here at the first episode and I am here at episode 2222. Voy, you're awesome. I'm glad to have you here. It's always good to see you. Bill Wheel, good to see you too. Shalom. Flat Earth, unfortunately. Oh, you're in the closet about Flat Earth. Oh, that's wow. There's still closet Flat Earthers. That's crazy. Anyways, welcome, Closet Steve. Hey, genre user or Jana. Cold in Houston, it's great. Oh, nice. I'm also live on Rumble and on X. No more Rockfin. I think I finally got deleted from Rockfin because I went to go set up my stream for Rockfin and my login looks like this. It says log out and there's no information there. And then when I went here to suggest it, I'm like, well, let's see what's up with Glowbusters. This page isn't real. Look, even Hibbler. This page isn't real. What about Eddie Bravo? This page isn't real. Tinfoil hat. Is it just me that got deleted? And like, this is what it looks like for me now? So I think that Jason Burmis can still put up videos. Oh, there's Tinfoil Hat. Oh, yeah, let's see. Let's see. I know, like, any video that I put up there that doesn't play. This stream is temporary unavailable. This is unavailable. I think they finally... Oh. Yeah. I'm not cool enough. I don't know. Whatever. It wasn't working for me this morning, so I didn't start a stream over there, but whatever. Hey, Dr. Backasswords. Yes, it still exists, but they went fully like back to wrestling. Their focus is totally on wrestling. It's wrestling and like open mind media or something. Whatever. I can't be bothered. I don't think anybody watched over there anymore anyways. Paperless pink slip. Yeah, let me see. Ghostbusters. Glowbusters. Oh, well, you guys' stuff will play, but mine won't. Brian Stavely, it says this page isn't real.
All right, man. Welcome to Crow 777 Radio.
Crow.
This is episode 518.
Wayne McCroy. Yeah, so some people still work. Is it just me? Let's see. Yeah, Glowbusters. No, mine it says it's unavailable. It won't play. Let's see. What about old ones? Nope. None of it will play. Even like old Strange Worlds. Like Rob Skiba. Episode 325. Oh. This was supposed to be the censorship-free platform. What about 5 years ago? Unavailable. Yeah. F you, Rockfin. You can simulcast to FB channel. What would be the topic of the day? I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Is the wind blowing cold in North Carolina? It certainly is in New Orleans. Yeah, it's cooler. Hello, Sue Finelli. It's colder, for sure. Pokemon Go built the robot future. Pokemon Go players trained 30 billion image AI map. It says photos and scans collected through Pokemon Go and its AR apps have produced a massive dataset of more than 30 billion real-world images. Holy crap. 143 people million thought they were catching Pokemon. They were actually building one of the largest real-world visual datasets in AI history. Niantic just disclosed that photos and AR scans collected through Pokemon Go have produced a dataset of over 30 billion real world images. The company is now using that data to power visual navigation AI for delivery robots. Players didn't just walk around with their phones, they scanned landmarks, storefronts, parks, sidewalks from every angle at every time of day in lighting and weather conditions that staged photography would never capture. They documented the physical world at a scale no mapping company with a fleet of vehicles could have replicated on the same timeline or budget. Niantic collected this systematically, data point by data point, across 8 years, while users thought the only thing at stake was catching a rare Charizard. The most valuable AI training datasets in the world aren't being assembled in data centers. They're being built by people who have no idea they're building them. I never played that game. I never even downloaded it, so it's not my fault. Excuse me. Hey, Chicago artist, good to see you. Still getting snow up north, yeah. I want to talk about all the lies of our lives. My throat is having a rough time this morning, I'll say that. The first, the last, and the worst little ones, the big ones, all the lies. Well, I mean, isn't that what we do all day, every day, anyways? This is crazy. So they got everybody to download their game and probably spend money playing the game. And then on top of that, they got all these people to data collect for them so that they could train their delivery robots and make even more money off of people for free without them even knowing it. I wonder what this says. Let's see.
Okay, so it turns out the Pokemon Go era wasn't a collective mental breakdown. It was an unpaid internship. Every single person who wandered into a cemetery at midnight, walked into a lamppost, or stood in the rain outside a Walgreens for 20 minutes trying to catch a Snorlax was actually doing data entry for the robot economy. No V2, no benefits, not even a thank you email. Niantic Spatial, the AI spun out from the company that invented the reason your uncle fell into a fountain in 2016, just revealed it has been sitting over 30 billion crowdsourced urban images this whole time. Every Pokestop photo, every IR snapshot, every I need to physically walk to this location moment has been quietly stacking up into the most detailed street level dataset on the planet. That dataset is now training a spatial AI that can look at a random street corner and know exactly what it is within a few centimeters. Your parasocial relationship with a fictional electronic mouse accidentally built the navigation system of the future. Slay, first beneficiary pizza robots, 90 partnership with the Coco Robotics to put over 1,000 little delivery bots on the sidewalk of LA, Miami, and Helsinki. These bots have abandoned GPS entirely. Reasonable, giving the GPS inside a dense city full of tall buildings is basically a suggestion and switch to visual positioning instead. The bot looks at the storefronts and curbs around it, matches what it seems against the map that Pokemon players built over a decade of unhinged behavior and knows precisely where it stands. Your order arrives at your actual door and not at your neighbor's house where the blue dot decided to live. The data loop is where this gets genuinely interesting. Every time a Cocobot rolls down a sidewalk, it feeds fresh imagery back into the system. Storefronts change, construction appears, new obstacle materialize, And the map update is in near real time. The more the robots move, the smarter the map gets. Niantic is essentially building a living digital twin of every city it operates in, updated continuously by the robot using it. Whatever owns that map owns something that
Updated continuously by the robot using it. It's hard to listen to this woman. Her cadence. It's because she doesn't speak English. It's hard. It's hard to follow. The whole Satan Yahoo fakery must be fake. Even the fakery is fake now. The robots will win eventually. Torano Suke Ito, good to see you. Jack streaming, hello. No, you win the end. 14. I can see that, Billingtano. Why are people paying for their own enslavement? Listen, because it's so convenient. That's why. Because it's so convenient. I'm telling you, it's smartphones were the beginning of the end, dude. They were the beginning of the end. I mean, I have one. I'm not saying that I'm not guilty too. So it's not like I'm trying to berate everybody. I mean, I do it too. Although I'm trying to I just got a new one cuz it's like you can't really function in life without one, or at least I can't currently. I would like to be able to, but so I'm trying to not upload so many apps on it. So I don't have a whole bunch of social media. I think I have Instagram on there, and I think Threads. And even that, I don't spend too much time on that. You know, YouTube's on there, of course, because I like to listen to stuff, you know. But it's like, I really am trying to not be on that thing so much or have it with me all the time. Submit to the Borg, I know. What if all the WD 40 runs out? That would be catastrophic. What do you mean? Iran also abandoned GPS entirely. They're using navigation based on China's Beidou system, Beidou system. Most are sleeping, do not wake them, they are happy. Yeah, is it true? People are also addicted, yeah. PB Blaster genre, what? You left yours at home but forgot to take the Apple Watch off, yeah. I don't wear an Apple Watch though, I haven't gotten a watch. Miss the days of the answering machine calling from out and about and putting your code to get your messages. Yeah. Hit the thumbs up real quick. Yes, thank you. That would be nice. Yeah, dude. Or like calling collect to get picked up, and you're like movie theater, 7-Eleven. You're getting a collect call from 7-Eleven. What's PB Blaster? I don't know what that is. I know WD 40 is basically fish oil. I think it's made from fish oil, pretty sure. I recorded a car camera. Video shows the strike as it happens, immersing viewers in the intense moment. Let's see. Whoa. Holy shit. Whoa. Dude, the sky went black. This dude on the motorcycle. That dude on the motorcycle. Oh, there's a person right here. Just got out of the car, and then boom. Look at this person right here. Right here, they just get out of the car, and then the explosion goes off, and all that stuff is flying and hitting them. Oh, that's crazy. Is Lowry here? Hey, Lowry. It already passed, Lowry. It was this morning. It was like 9. It was like basically right around the time that, I would have been starting, but I had to wait so I could take my dogs out. That's no bueno, right? Hey, Southern Belle. No, not too much. I'm gonna go to the Iran press page and see what else they're posting here from Iran here. Reports circulating on social media claim that Iran has launched a major strike toward the sea area near Israel. However, there is no confirmed evidence of a nuclear attack, and those claims remain unverified at this time. Clearly, AI, the water is coming through the wall of the ship. Yeah. So it makes me wonder how real that other thing was. They're probably, dude, it's hard to tell. They probably can't even tell. Waves of Iranian missiles arrive and strike with explosions lighting up in the night. Okay, Iran press is phony, fake news. Did you see that Candace Owens, when she did a stream, by the way, and she shows that video angle from behind Charlie's head? Remember the video camera that was behind Charlie's head? Um, and then they don't even play like the uncut raw video. They're playing like a video of the video being played on screen. So everybody who has it, it's like a copy of a copy of a copy. It's like, what is this? So it basically shows that there's no exit wound back here. But I don't know what this is, why this is blocked out right here, this little black square. Like when she was playing it as if she was like revealing some great thing, I'm like, I don't understand why it's like a vertical video of a video and then you have this square thing. It's like, why? Why? Hey, Raised by Gypsies. You're gonna catch some of it, but not the worst of it. Dude, everything in the house started going crazy. It was like tornado, tornado, take cover, take cover. And then I looked outside, and it was raining pretty hard, and it was windy. Um, and it lasted like about 10 minutes, and then it was gone. It stopped, and I thought, okay. And then I took the dogs out and walked the dogs, and I put them up and did everything else as normal. It's been fine ever since that went away. Charlie alive and well. Okay, whatever. You believe whatever you want. I don't really give a shit. Who would set up a background camera in vertical? It's retarded. It wasn't because the camera wasn't vertical. It's like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, it was like somebody recording vertical video with their phone of the actual video playing on screen. You see what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't the actual video that she was sharing. Even when she live streamed it, when it was her talking about it, it was this. It was like a vertical video of the actual video. It wasn't like the it wasn't like they put the video in and then shared the screen and then played the video like unedited. It was weird. So, I don't know. Mainstream news has become tabloid. We've been getting snow 3 days straight in upper Wisconsin. Oh, wow. I agree. He's alive, and I do not give a shit. Both are true. Amen. I don't think he's alive. I think they deaded that guy. He's dead, in my opinion. I mean, look at Erica. She's like capitalizing on it. She's making so much money. Now everybody's paying attention to her, and she's like, dude, it's kind of really creepy. Really creepy. Like a boomer was trying to share a video, something. So, oh, Prime, everybody, okay, so the rumor was that Netanyahu's died, that Iran blew him up. I wish we should be so lucky, right? Upper Peninsula here, hour above. Oh, so you guys are all snowy right now? Snowy, stormy. Got your late winter snow coming through. Never watched Charlie, never researched his supposed death. I don't even care really either way. I just know the whole thing is it's freaking surreal. The whole thing, the whole display, the whole public display, everything about it is just a symptom of how truly FUCK'd up this country is. From top to bottom, the government is 100% corrupt. There's psychopaths being put on TV all the time. There are psychopaths across the airwaves. And if you're not a psychopath, you get buried by the algorithm and shadow banned because, God forbid, that you should tell people the truth about anything that is the actual freaking truth. And you don't try to propagandize them or sell them something or anything like that. You know, it's just a symptom of how awful this place has been allowed to become by people who just suck. You know? Anyway, let's see. Why does this look fake?
איזה סוג זה? נענית ישראלית, כל הכבוד. טוב, גם לה מגיע קצת. לכולכם מגיע. יצאתם להתעורר קצת? יפה מאוד. תראה, על ירושלים, יש משהו יותר יפה מזה? אין על ירושלים.
He's supposed to be like a man of the people. What is he like? Oh, look at us. We're good people. We're hanging out. Yeah, I don't know. This could be fake too. And all of it looks fake. Everything looks fucking fake. Psychedelics are how they hope people will cope with the insane technocracy they're building. It's quite something to see. This being promoted in Israel First National Post. Oh wait, no, it isn't. The doctor is Jewish. The mom of two became incapacitated, then she found a lifeline. You know, it is kind of weird how all that stuff gets pushed. It is kind of weird. Even though, like, for a long time, people knew this. Like, we knew that a long time ago, about microdosing mushrooms and stuff. But now it's like, they push it. It's like, oh, life is horrible. Here, take mushrooms. Everything will be okay. It's like they want to lull people um, into not caring about all the horrible shit, all the horrible atrocities that they're committing. Like, is what it seems like to me, to be honest with you. And I think it works too. I think it works with people for the most part. Effie is mainstream now. Stay vigilant, but we can sit back and smile for a bit. Have you considered visiting Russia? I doubt it's as messed up as the US. I would like to go to Russia. I'd like to go to Russia. I just don't have any money to travel anywhere, but that would be cool. I would go. They are planning to pay £40,000 here to immigrants who are rejected and sent back. Wait, what? What do you mean? Liz? In the UK too? Fake as AI? Probably is dead or in Greenland. Hey, Ben. Hail. Ken Wheeler can tell you if Russia is safer. What do you mean? Why? Did he go to Russia? Ellie from Russia has a great channel for really seeing Russia. Yeah, I've watched. Cammy turned me on to that channel too. Ellie from Russia. And it is a good channel. She has a great video about Iran where she goes to Iran and she hangs out with the people there. It's really cool. Made me want to go to Iran, but now we're blowing it up. They're warring over there. It's just so sad, dude. It's sad. I'm so over it. I'm just so over it. It's probably fake, but there's a video of Epstein riding in a car in Florida. Yeah, I saw that too. The algorithm definitely showed me that. Oh, here, this one's funny. This is an Israeli chick who's complaining about people not liking Israelis.
That people are uncomfortable with me being in a room, and therefore I'm not allowed to be in the room. People are uncomfortable. Why are they uncomfortable? Oh, some reason. Some fake story about how they are a victim of me somehow through some kind of like weird osmosis through time and space. The Jew has done some kind of fucking voodoo. You people are fucking weak. You are weak. You're so afraid of your moral purity being tarnished by a Jewish person in your surroundings. But you know what else you are? You're fucking fake victims. And you are making up about being victims. You know why you do it? You do it to manipulate the people around you.
Oh.
You do it to manipulate.
Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? You Yeah. Every accusation is an admission.
Power. You do it to try and control the people in your lives. You do it as a surreptitious way of saying, here's who you can and cannot hang out with. I see it because I have been on the receiving end of this for years. You know how many cycles of people I have been through who have been subjected to your bullying, victimizing bullshit, your narcissistic control? Oh, I'm a victim of this person I barely know. I'm a victim of this Jew I've never met. I can't be in a room with that person. Fuck yourselves, you fucking weak cowards. That's all you got, isn't it? That's all you got. Yeah. What did I ever can do to any of you? What did we do to you? We did nothing to you. We're a threat to you because we're successful. We're a threat to you because if we're in that room, we're going to be shining. That's right.
Oh my god.
Put that in your fucking
I want to vomit. Vomit.
whatever vegan non-smoky pipe and suck on it. Suck on it.
She doesn't like not being liked. Please, I can't stand her voice. It's done. It's over. I'm sorry. Gross. I know. Project much? Exactly, dude. Exactly. Not all the Jews most are pawns, in my opinion. Well, I agree, but you know. Is this why we have anti-Semitism laws? Yeah. Fake Zionism BS. Oh, she's got an accent. I wonder if she's like from Israel, like Israeli. And you know, it probably isn't her fault that people feel that way, but look what their government is doing. It makes people feel that way. I mean, listen, there's people that say that they hate America. Oh, death to America or whatever. Can you fucking blame them? I mean, look at what we do. We are the dog of Israel. Our government has become the dog of Israel, and Israel wants to eliminate everybody so they can become the greater Israel. And they're not even from that region. They're like Polish, or they're from other countries. They're like Eastern Europeans who decided they want to come and take over a territory and say that God promised them the land when they have nothing to do with God or promise or any covenant or the true Yisrael or any of that shit. They're a bunch of lying, land-grabbing pigs. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. There's a reason they've been chased out of almost every country. Yep. Let's see. I was trying to open the phone, but I'm not sure if it's working right. Scusa. The bankers use all of us, yeah. Yeah, we got wagged. Anyway, you don't see me over here crying about it, because people, I'm very disappointed in my own government. Like, it's disgusting. They're disgusting. They're protecting pedophiles. They're literally protecting pedophiles. And not just pedophiles, but these people do all kinds of other horrible shit. Like, they're protecting absolutely the worst of the worst kind of people. You know what I'm saying? That's who our government is being controlled by. And nobody's being arrested in America for being involved in any of this horrid, horrific, horrible shit that has now come to light that we all knew about for a long time. Now it's out. Now it's coming out. And nobody's being punished. Nobody's going to jail. Trump was like best friends with freaking Epstein. And for all these people who want to act like he didn't know what was going on. Bullshit. Everybody knew what was going on. Everybody knew. There's even that video of that woman. Who was it? Cheney, like Cheney's wife or something. We all knew what he was doing. They knew what he did. They all freaking knew. Some of them were doing it too. I won't say everybody was, but a whole hell of a lot of people were doing it too. They were in on it. They were perfectly fine being involved in that horrid, sordid shit, and nobody's being punished. Like, it's insane. I've been watching, there's a channel on YouTube. I'm going to recommend if anybody wants to see, um, there's actual interviews of these Epstein victims are starting to be interviewed and coming out, and they're all starting to tell their stories because, like, they have to come out and say something, because if they don't, um, nothing's going to happen. So anyways, this channel's called Soft White Underbelly, and I don't want this to start playing, but anyway, he's been releasing videos of Epstein victims, and he says he'll be releasing interviews with Epstein victims every Saturday. So this one was just Marina Lacerda. It's a censored version. He says he has the uncensored version on his website. The censored version is more than enough to know about, you know, she was like one of his favorite girls for a while, and she would bring him girls, and she's telling the story. And there's another woman, this one here, Jenna Lisa Jones. She was a victim of Epstein, what they call them, Epstein survivors. Yeah, I guess it's probably better to say than victim, but I mean, that's what they did. Like, these people, like, he was able to find these, desperate, young, naive girls who were being abused or didn't have parents that cared for them. It's like, it's just really sad. The whole thing is terrible, and how he exploited these people. It's disgusting. Anyway, so if you want to listen to their stories, they're on here. He interviews all kind of crazy, wayward people. But anyways, very interesting. That's what I like to watch these days. Oh, let's see if I can answer the phone. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Oh my God, that chick that you played. Was she Irish? Irish Jewish? She sounded Irish.
I don't know. They have a weird
was
accent. Israelis have a weird accent. I don't know.
That was absolutely wild. Yeah. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. When I went to Israel, I lived with a Jewish family for about 3 weeks. It just like as home base, as I went out and explored the country. And this goes way back to when I was just a total normie corporate guy, and I was so engrossed in my career, I didn't study anything. I didn't have time. Work was my entire life for so many years. It never even occurred to me to. It sounds stupid, but to even look into anything or to take the time to do it. But anyway, I was all about, the normie narrative of, well, they're the only cultured people over in the Middle East, and I hope that spreads to all of the Middle East, and that they all become civilized. That old thing, that old chestnut. Yeah, I was a simpleton about it. Anyway, I ended up becoming pen pals with this woman over in Israel, and her family. That's how I ended up staying there, just kind of as home base. But it ended up serving to be a really valuable experience. But anyway, when I went over there, I couldn't believe it. They all sound like Elmer Fudd. That's what the accent sounds like. Have you ever noticed that?
No.
Like a heavy Israeli accent is exactly like Elmer Fudd. It's wild. I had to stop myself from laughing for the first couple of days that I was there. It's
That's
like,
so
oh my
funny.
God, you guys don't sound like Elmer Fudd. when you speak English. Yeah, yeah, pretty weird. Um, anyway, the reason I was calling was, uh, I don't know if you remember, but a couple of years ago, one of my first conversations with you was about a bunch of studying I'd done about the fallen angels and the difference between fallen angels and the Nephilim, but also tying that into all the alien crap and the conclusion that I'd come to that, yeah, weird stuff happens with UFOs and people that say that they're abducted, but I think it's spiritual and interdimensional. Um, well, you were just saying about microdosing. Well, we've all known that for years and years and years, and now they're making it mainstream like it's something new.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the same thing with what I've said for years. I didn't come up with this myself, but just from studying that the alien crap is actually spiritual. But now all these mainstream people have come out of the woodwork all at the same time about maybe 6 months ago. And they all started saying they're interdimensional, and even in front of Congress, they're starting to say, no, they're not from outer space, they're interdimensional. And all the podcasters, all normie podcasters like Tucker Carlson and Redacted and that creepy guy, Sean Ryan.
Mm-hmm. The CIA guy or whatever.
Yeah, all at the same time, they all started saying the same thing, that they're interdimensional. They have these long interviews, and Tucker Carlson goes on and on about demons now, and he was attacked by a demon, and he's got scars on his body to prove it because they clawed him. He's got claw mark scars, apparently, according to him. And everything just got really spiritual, and, you know, everyone started throwing their crosses up on their podcast. Candace Owen has a great big, you know, Catholic crucifix, and it just the way that it was all orchestrated and all at the same time reminds me exactly of what they did with the bigger online influencers with COVID. They just paid them to start doing this. But the mind fuck to me is that they're saying what I was hoping everyone would wake up to before they pull the alien card officially. I was hoping that people would wake up to the fact and start studying that these are interdimensional and it's a spiritual thing, not from outer space. So you'd think I'd be happy that they're all doing this. But the way it was so clearly orchestrated and being pushed in everyone's face, and they're trying to make people get spiritual, I don't know what they're up to. But I'm not happy.
It's weird.
They're up to something. Yeah, they're up to no good. Especially the Sean Ryan guy. He just came out of nowhere a few years ago. And it's just so highly produced and highly polished and, you know, suddenly has big names on and interviewing them.
Wait, who's this?
Sean Ryan, he's that bald guy.
Yeah. You know, there's other like podcasters that I'm starting to see clips of too, and I'm like, who is this kid? There's like some kid that is like showing up, and he's got like the Jack Kiriakou is always on there with him, and they're always talking about stuff, and he's like, this kid looks like he's like 20 years old. I was like,
yeah, the
what?
one with the monkey hair and the chin dimple.
Yes.
That kid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. And then there's another one that looks to be about the same age, but I can't think of his name. But yeah, he popped up out of nowhere. Yeah, they suddenly crop up and they have 1 million viewers and they have a highly polished set and
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, who even are you? that you
Right.
just came from nowhere and you have this like incredibly huge podcast already. It's like it's wild.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it just seems like they're trying desperately to like get control of, you know, what's being talked
They
about
definitely are.
or anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. The narrative, just like they did with
yeah.
COVID.
Mhm.
But they were in COVID. They were paying um, not these highly polished and produced podcasters or anything. Although I'm sure they did that. That was a different level. It was like, really popular girls doing their makeup, for example.
Mhm.
And she just starts suddenly talking about how she went and got the clot shot and it was wonderful. And it started coming out that they were paying them $30,000 to $40,000 each to do it. So this is a different level that we're talking about here. But I don't know, that whole orchestration of everyone's talking about aliens, everyone's now talking about how they're spiritual, and everyone's talking about how they're interdimensional and not really from outer space. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre.
It is
So
bizarre. I had
again,
not
that
noticed that. So that's interesting. I'll have to start looking for that because I've been trying, honestly, I just got so burnt on like the conspiracy like world in general. And I just got so tired of every time
me too.
just so much BS that I just started looking at other stuff like that other channel like where it's like real people being interviewed and they're just normal people and there's nothing remarkable about them. It just has nothing to do with anything except for how messed up the world is. Uh,
Oh,
I don't know that that's
what
any
channel
better.
is that?
Ooh,
At least it's
11:11.
something to, oh, nice. Something to commiserate with, I guess.
Mhm.
What channel is that you're talking about?
The soft white underbelly channel. It's like this dude who like he's in Los Angeles and he interviews like people that live on the street in Los Angeles and all
I'll
these
have to check it out.
crazy like drug addicts and prostitutes and just crazy shit.
um, well, while all of that started suddenly 6 months ago, did you hear about what Pete Hegseth, that raging Zionist Pete Hegseth, and the rest of the entire military did with all the troops across our country at all our military installations? Did you hear that? I think it was like maybe 2 weeks ago. They went and had a little talk with them about the Iran thing, and they said, we're doing this to bring Jesus back, right? Did you hear about that?
No, he said that.
Not just Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth did, but the rest of the high-ranking military officers at all our different military bases across our country went and told all of our troops that this is a religious war and it's for Christians, and we're fulfilling prophecy with Jesus. They told them that. You can look it up. It was in the mainstream media news even.
Really?
And it just, it reminded me of exactly what Netanyahu and his other yahoos in Israel did when they orchestrated for 7 hours October 7th as a pretext to just go start slaughtering everyone, leveling everything, and taking the land and all of that, and just screaming, "You're Amalek! We have to kill Amalek!" and just screaming all kinds of Bible prophecy crap. Now we're doing it with our military, telling them that we're fulfilling Bible prophecy.
Yeah, wow. I
And
just
for
found
that
an
to really,
article. I'm sorry. I just found an article from military.com about it.
yeah.
Wow.
So it freaked me out when Netanyahu and the Jews started doing it about putting it in the face of everyone in the world that, okay, now we're openly convincing everyone that we have to do this because we're fulfilling Bible prophecy. And it was the Jews doing it, but now they have us getting on board too. And this ties in with all of these podcasters that started in 6 months ago with the alien thing and using that as an angle to get everyone thinking about spirituality all of a sudden. And now we have the troops being told you're fighting against Iran for fulfillment of Christian prophecies. It's wild.
That is wild.
And they've been telling us since 2020 they intend to have the whole New World Order and everything all in place and a done deal by 2030. So, yeah, expect them to ultimately, sometime between now and the next 4 years, by 2030, to have done whatever they're going to do with the alien crap, for sure. Who knows what?
Wow.
I don't know.
There's tons of
bizarre
articles
to
about
me.
it.
Yeah, as a Christian myself, it's so weird to me because, we're supposed to hope for everyone coming to the realization, right?
Mhm.
And doing the study and realizing truth and all of that. But again, when it's weirdly and bizarrely forced, it's extremely concerning because they're trying to get us into a religious war. They want Christians fighting Muslims for sure, especially over in Europe, but here too. And I don't know, they're just, it's just so manipulative. And the same thing with fulfillment of prophecy. Does it really count as true prophecy fulfillment when they're just lying about it and saying shit? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But that's what they keep doing.
Well,
like
and I'm pretty sure that Jesus doesn't want the land that he came from being blown to bits and completely flattened and all the people blown apart. I mean,
especially by the imposter.
That's insanity. That's such insanity.
Yeah. There is true scriptural prophecy in the Old Testament, multiple prophecies that in the end times. So let me preface it with this. End times prophecy isn't just the book of Revelation. It's also, people look at Daniel in the Old Testament, but there's a bunch of other places in the Old Testament too, a bunch of other prophets that talked about the end times too, and multiples of them talked about how in the end there will be imposters over in Palestine calling themselves Jews.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird, and that has actually happened.
Yeah.
So that's actual prophecy fulfillment. But when they're over there forcing stuff to happen and saying, see, and then they point to scripture and say, see, it just got fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if there's a prophecy that...
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they did sacrifice their red heifer. They tried to say that they didn't, like it was just, oh, we were just testing. But I think they did sacrifice a red heifer because if you look at what happened after they allegedly did that, I mean, things got way worse over there. I mean, now look what's going on. Now they're warring with Iran and whoever else, like not even just Iran. It's like Lebanon, everybody around there, everybody who's in the way of greater Israel.
Yeah. So it's so weird to think about because I always thought that prophecy would get fulfilled either supernaturally or just somehow organically, I guess.
Yeah.
But does it really count if some homicidal maniac freaks, imposters, are just doing stuff with the intention of then saying, look, it just got fulfilled? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you get the difference?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that still counts biblically or spiritually. Who knows? But shit's getting weird.
It
Shit
really
is just
is.
getting so weird.
Yes.
Oh, man. Ugh. I'm trying to think of a funny thing to end on, and I can't think of anything right now. Well, that's all I got.
All right.
I guess.
Well, thank you for calling. I'm gonna read this
Okay.
article about Hegseth. I'm interested to know more about.
Yeah, it's creepy as fuck.
Okay.
Okay, see ya.
Later. We're many hours away. Please stop trying to hijack chat. We'll never know if it was God's plan to use these individuals. Hey, Luke, by the way, good to see you. Nico. Maybe all of this is ramping up for someone to bring peace to the Middle East. Yeah, allegedly, it's probably they want it to be them. You know how it's going to be peaceful is they're going to blow everybody up out of who's in the way, and then when they, or at least this is their idea. This is what I think their idea is. It's not my idea. They're going to blow everybody up, level everything, take everything over, and then when they're in control of everything, they'll say, "Oh, look, we brought peace to the Middle East." It's really disgusting. America translated into Land of the Winged Serpent. From what language? What's up, Tommy? So anyway, I want to see what this is from military.com. So let's see. Commanders accused of framing Iran war as biblical mandate Jesus' return. An organization that has been fighting against religious extremism in the United States military for 2 decades has reported more than 200 new complaints since Saturday's initial strikes against Iran, with members across all services claiming that high-ranking officers are tying the mission overseas to fulfilling a Christian prophecy. A combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday that the Iran war is part of God's plan and that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth, according to independent journalist Jonathan Larson, as published on Substack. That complaint was made by a non-commissioned officer and provided to the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, which from Saturday morning through Monday evening received and logged more than 110 complaints about the commanders in every branch of the military. Wow. That number, as of Tuesday, grew by double. It's well in excess of 200 complaints and well in excess of 50 installations. MRFF founder Mike Weinstein told military.com on Tuesday they are continuing to come in everywhere. Do you guys remember, too, there was just a major meeting with all of the generals and the commanders of the military, and that one Marine went to protest it and they broke his arm? Marine Corps veteran Brian McGinnis visibly breaks his arm while being forcibly removed from armed services hearing for protesting the war in Iran. No, I know a lot of people try to say that this is fake or a psyop or whatever. What do you guys think? I don't think so.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your ineptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Right? So anyway, I don't want to play the whole thing because it's actually it's infuriating to watch. But so they break his arm, removing him. And there's one video, I don't know if I saved it or not on here, but there's a woman recording and she's like, look at all you generals, you won't even turn around. You won't even turn around and look at him. This is one of your Marines. And they all just turned their back on him while he was being forcibly removed, and the senator broke his arm. So there's that. No one wants to fight for Israel. At least he had the balls to say it, you know? So anyway, so that happens. Then, so now, let's see, this is March 3rd. I forget when exactly that happened with the Marine. March 4th. Trying to figure out the time. Was that the 4th? So like right around that time, they all got the call. From the Mayan language. The day the Middle East is truly at peace is the day I know the end of the age is coming soon. This is all Heritage Foundation. That's part of it. I don't think that's the head of the snake, though. They break his hand, yeah. Broken arm looks real to me. I agree, Raised by Gypsies. Anybody could go watch the video. There's a few of them out there. Marines got some balls. Yes. Anyway. So then, Pentagon spokesperson, when asked about the complaints and the ties to the ongoing mission in the Middle East, did not directly respond to the question. Instead, they referred to military.com to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's remarks made Monday about the United States' intentions. The complaints remain anonymous due to fear of retribution by the Defense Department. Yeah, I'm sure. Jesus and his return to Earth, quote unquote. One complaint, according to Larson, identified themselves as a non-commissioned officer in a unit currently outside the Iran combat zone. However, they are in ready support status where they could be deployed at any moment to join and augment combat operations. That individual is a self-described Christian who emailed MRFF on behalf of 15 troops. That included at least 11 Christians, 1 Muslim, and 1 Jew. That NCO's commander, described in an email from the NCO to MRFF and shared with Larson, was described as a Christian first member of the military who urged troops not to be afraid of what is currently taking place in Iran. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. The NCO wrote in the email, he said that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. The NCO added that the commander supposedly had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made the message seem even more crazy. That what we've been saying forever. If you look back in history, whenever you've merged any sort of religious fanaticism with the machinery of the state that conducts war, we do not end up with little babbling brooks, creeks, streams, ponds, or lakes. We end up with one thing: oceans and oceans of blood. Boy, ain't that the truth. Pentagon's Christian connection. As previously reported by military.com, complaints have been submitted to the MRFF for months in response to the Christian prayer services led by Hegseth being held monthly in the Pentagon and communicated via email correspondence, not only to military personnel, but also defense contractors. So this is the angle. This is how they're trying to manipulate Americans into being okay with going to war and murdering millions of innocent people in the name of Jesus. Holy crap. This is bad, you guys. This is really, really, really bad. Really bad. Really bad. I just think that we should know and just acknowledge how bad this is. You do not fire up the military in the name of Jesus on foreign lands. Do you understand? I mean, they're supposed to be protecting Americans from enemies, foreign and domestic. We are the bad guys. This is us. They're making us the bad guys. I don't approve of this. I don't approve of this at all. And I know a lot of you don't either. And this is insane. How do we make it stop? How do you make it stop? Because I got no idea. I'm open to ideas. How do we make it stop? I'm about to go buy 10 more ounces of silver. You go, Tommy. Hello, No Despair Bear. Scooter. Tornadoes all around me, getting lots of footage requests. Well, be careful out there, Scooter. Still think we should organize a militia. Boy, everybody needs to take care of their home base. Just make sure your home base is in good order. Make sure your children know what's going on and what to do. Hey, Gregory Go-Go, good to see you. Also buying a Glock. Yeah. Yeah. So, why is any surprised? And why is anybody surprised? Hegseth makes it clear. Here's the template that we want, Weinstein said, that fully encourages one of those Christian nationalists, commanders and members of the chain of command, whether they believe it or not. They know it's a way to get ahead, to try to rationalize the mission. Weinstein, a U.S. Air Force veteran, said the mixed messaging coming from President Trump, Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and other top administration officials is why the strikes against Iran happened in the first place and is a reason to find new rationale. First, it was supposed to be to stop them with the nuclear program, which we apparently supposedly destroyed last summer, right? They said they destroyed their nuclear facilities. Then it was to make them regime change, right? So they killed the supreme leader, and then we're going to punish them because they helped ISIS and Al-Qaeda and many others to create IEDs that blew us up during the fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan and with all their proxies. So why not come up with another reason? It shows the end times are here under Christian eschatology. We're bringing back the General Jerry Boykin, a Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence during the President George W. Bush administration version, Michael Flynn version of Jesus carrying an AR-15 on a white horse. Oh my goodness. Weinstein, who for many years along with his spouse has received countless death threats and been harassed, said the latest received complaints led to him contacting his local police force should he be targeted for his remarks or sharing information from active duty personnel that doesn't align with the views of the Trump administration officials. Upwards of 95% of MRFF members are Christians. The organization has some 1,200 workers and representatives in almost every military installation, including nuclear submarines and nuclear aircraft carriers. The level of retribution, reprisal, and revenge is disgusting, Weinstein said. What has happened here with this attempt to merge our actions preemptively in Iran with the Christian end times is a massive destruction of the good order, morale, discipline, unit cohesion, health and safety of the troops, and mission accomplishment that we need to have a lethal military. That's wild. Were U.S. troops told Iran war is to bring Armageddon, Return of Jesus. In March 2026, a claim circulated online that U.S. military commanders told troops that U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran were part of a Christian war to bring about Armageddon and the return of Jesus. The claim came from Substack post by the independent journalist Jonathan Larson, who based his report on the information from the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. So basically, this is just the same thing. U.S. deployment of Marines to the Middle East raises further concerns of Iran ground operation.
I think that's what President Trump is calling upon the world, saying the entire world is affected. Iran can't hold your economies hostage. And we certainly welcome, encourage, and even demand their participation to help their own economies.
Joining me now is Major Glenn Ignacio, former Air Force Special Operations Commander and national security expert. Welcome back, sir. It's good to see you. So Iran promises to keep the strait closed to its enemies until this conflict is over. Is President Trump's plan to deploy military troops and assets a realistic option? Because to what extent would that put our military in the direct line of fire?
Yeah, great question. As far as, the Straits of Hormuz, which was just a lead in, we definitely need those particular forces to be escorting. And at the same time, we should have taken care of the Straits of Hormuz ages ago. This is something that we knew was a bottleneck. As far as to the ground troop question that you're talking about, in all honesty, the only reason why I think the ground troops would be put in there is to look for the uranium, which is the major concern about everything going on with Iran.
See, that's such bullshit. Oh, we gotta look for the uranium. There's no freaking uranium. That's just another bullshit story. Oh my god. So anyway, yeah, very disturbing that they're trying to make this out to be some type of crusade. This guy. Ugh. Likes to talk about how the Christian God is on his side. During an interview with CBS that aired Sunday, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Iran should not doubt U.S. resolve because it is backed by the higher power. Our capabilities are better, our will is better, our troops are better. The providence of our almighty God is there protecting the troops, and we're committed to this mission, he said. Asked if Hegseth views the war from a religious concept. I mean, obviously we're fighting religious fanatics who seek a nuclear capability in order for some religious Armageddon. Whatever. Oh my god. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, it's Flannery. What's happening? It's Dennis. Sorry,
Hey.
haven't changed my name on my driver's license yet. I wanted to ask you if we could get Pete Hegseth in a position where we got Brian Staveley's foot on his neck, then we'll be doing all right. Other than that, did you see that article? That it's a video that I placed on the Telegram Rebellion channel, your channel, last night, giving evidence that what's his name? The head of the Al-Quds force in Iran. I think it's the IRGC, their military, or one branch of their military. It's got 5 branches, and the Quds force is like the covert action branch of it. And this is given evidence that I forgot his name right just a second. That you remember when President Trump, near the end of his first term, I think it was in 2020, he assassinated this Iranian general Soleimani, and it's the guy who replaced him. This video saying that the guy who replaced him, I think his name is Connie,
It says Esmail Khani.
Yeah, that's him. This video and the YouTube channel that put it up is called Mole Hunter. It's saying he was an Israeli spy. Soleimani wasn't. He was genuine Iranian patriot. All, but the guy who, after he got assassinated, the guy who replaced him is an Israeli spy, and it gives evidence for it and explains why, after all these decades, the founder and head of Hezbollah, in 2024, he was finally assassinated, and the head of Hamas was assassinated, and in Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, he's been the supreme leader of Iran ever since Khomeini died in '89. He was assassinated, and it says, I didn't read every detail, but the impression I got was that most or all of these strikes, and there's others also, that he was in attendance at them and left only minutes before the missiles hit. And anyway, it gives others information too. I don't know if it's true, but it appears to me that they make a pretty strong case that this guy is I don't see any evidence that's against it. I just wonder who put out this video. I found out about it from the Duran, which is that news source I always listen to, the two Greek guys, and they came across it. And I don't know. I don't know if you've seen it yet, but what did you think?
Of which one?
The one that says the video put out by this YouTube channel called Mole Hunter, and it says was the commander of Iran's
I'll have to check that out.
Unit.
I'll have to check that out. I have not watched it, but
because if he was, it explains all the stuff that's been going on for the past 2 years. How they Israelis penetrate, how they got the locations of all these Iranian,
with the pagers and stuff too, right?
Yeah, it would explain all of that.
Yeah, it does explain. It does. It's interesting.
Yeah, and he was arrested right after the article was saying that Ali Khamenei was his protector, and that right after Ali Khamenei was assassinated, they moved in and arrested this guy. Which, if he was a spy, then that means the American Israelis are going to be blind because they lost their mole. I don't know. It just these guys who, like the head of Hezbollah, since founded it like back in the 80s, and just like in 2024, like a year and a half ago, he was assassinated. The leader, all these people since this guy came in, he was, the Israelis scored all these massive hits and everything, and that several of the meetings, he was at them where these people were assassinated, and he walked out and left shortly before the hit came. So anyway.
Oh, how convenient. Yeah, that's pretty fishy.
Yeah, Ismail Khani, Qaani.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the Arab media has been carrying this story also. I don't know if it's true, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
It would explain most of the Israeli successes over the past little while.
Yeah.
Oh, just one other thing. I forgot his name. Who's the caller? I don't know. About 15 minutes ago, he was talking about all these people. Because I haven't been keeping up, but I've got some historical books on it. But he's talking about UFOs. So everybody's taking this interdimensional interpretation all of a sudden, and I know that interpretation is associated with J. Allen Hynek, and a student of his. I think he's aged now, but he's still alive. I can't remember him. A French researcher, but anyway, I know a lot of it meshes well with people that believe, like Bible or religious, and they believe, because it accounts for explaining UFOs as demons, basically.
Mm-hmm.
My input, I just wanted, like it says in the Proverbs, safety resides in the multitude of counsel. My favorite personal researcher from all that stuff takes and he's on Wikipedia, he's well known. He takes a different perspective, a more, the Philip Klass is his name. It's spelled Klass, and he's known as the best or the most prolific UFO researcher from the viewpoint of skepticism,
Mm-hmm.
that it's all that they don't exist at all, and it's a hoax. And he's written prolific about that. But I noticed most of the people, these phonies that are his enemies, they're mine too. His position, debating position against all this UFO stuff. I don't know if he's an agnostic or whatever, but he's his debating position is stronger. He just flat out slams it, and his books are excellent. I think he passed away a few years ago, but back since the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, his books. You know, he's got a Wikipedia site. His books are on Amazon. I know that I just wanted to say one interesting fact about him, that I forgot that aviation and aerospace, I think Aviation Week has been since like around World War I or around Wright Brothers time. It's been the flagship journal of the aerospace industry. And he was the leader, he was the editor of it for like much of the 60s and 70s. And he debunked UFOs on the side. And I think the Air Force wrote some articles now and then that had basically the same position as him. Obviously not the Air Force of Pete Hegseth, but I mean a more, I think the things have degenerated since then. But basically, they may have had a secular view, but it was logical and made sense. But his, I could go all on about Aviation Week, but during the so-called space age. But his books on UFOs and stuff, I agree. I think they're reliable. It's not this interdimensional hypothesis, which is, well, I don't agree with it, but I'll give it this: it's better than the the extraterrestrial hypothesis, that both those view UFOs as real. One views them as from outer space, another views them as from this world, like demons or whatever. But Philip Klass says it's all a hoax and it's all BS 100%. He rejects all of it. But anyway, that's all. Just check out Philip Klass. That's what I suggest.
So
And,
do you agree with him about that? Do you think that it's all a hoax?
Generally, whatever it is, I think I find I'll find that the extraterrestrial, I think, is the height of stupidity. I've never considered that. I think from my earliest years, I considered that it's completely a hoax. I considered that as the most likely plausible. I considered that was the explanation. I thought it was stupid. Then I came across J. Allen Hynek and this French guy. This French guy has several books that explain it better, which is this interdimensional hypothesis, which forgive me the other caller, I forgot his name, but it was a good call. But this French guy, he's, I want to say his name is Valet, Jacques, I'd have to look it up. But his books explain it better probably than anybody. But after comparing what his stuff with Philip Klass's stuff, I have to say Philip Klass's stuff is better quality. It's you're going to be more well informed about it with Philip Klass's stuff than the interdimensional hypothesis. That's just, it's not something of being atheist or skeptical. It's just has more truth and better in it. So I would say I'm to answer your question, I would go with Philip Glass after having read his stuff enough, and I have read books by the French guy, which I thought were good. And after I began reading Philip Glass, I took the French guy's books, as good as they were, and threw them in the garbage can. So that tells you, because I appreciated quality of Philip Glass's stuff. It's the best as far as UFOs goes. And he takes them and slam dunks them in the garbage can. So he's got enemies, but his enemies are retards.
Okay.
So that's yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yep, that's all I got. Oh, on UFO. I mean, on satellites and space, I will disagree with, or have some level of disagreement with Philip Glass. But on the category of UFOs, if he's not the best there is, he's close to it.
Okay.
Yep, that's all I got.
All right. Does he touch on the crop circles at all?
Oh, I'm sure he does. Oh, his books are. I've got some of them here. You just get. I've got some other books on it, but it's saying he's got one. Let's see, one I sent to Mark Sargent a while back. The real Roswell crash saucer cover-up. From the 1940s up until there, he'll tell you everything you needed to know about it. And everybody, basically, for the most part, people in the 50s and 60s never thought anything about Roswell. There was some incident in the late 40s, and he examines it. And then in the late 70s, that started to come up with a big BS drive. It just made it out of whole cloth. In the late 70s and 80s is where the modern myth comes from. Oh, he's got others. I'm looking at them right now. UFOs, the public deceived, or maybe that's the best if you could only get one book by him. Either UFOs, the public deceived, as a general overview with a whole thing. But he's got several ones. He's got a book specifically on abductions, which takes on the leading people who have claimed all this stuff and the whole movement. He's got several. Crop circles. He goes into all of that stuff. I don't remember what he wrote about that specifically, but he's got it in his books.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. UFOs Explained. That's another one. There was this one Air Force guy that wrote a book. I'm just looking, I think this is the one, Richard Weaver, a couple of Air Force guys that wrote a book. And this is, in more recent years, like within the past 15, 20 years, I just remember it has a chapter about Philip Glass. And they agree with, and the chapter is entitled A Touch of Class, because they're also dealing with most of these retards and stuff that are just, like you've seen in the flat earth community. Retards. Well, they've had the same kind of people in UFOs and all that. So, there you go.
Interesting.
Well, yeah. So check out Philip Glass, and if you know, let me know what you think about this General Connie.
Okay. I'll have to watch that video.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Take care. Yes, that was Dennis. Can you just imagine onomatopoeia? International hypothesis. Hey, Chicago artist. If you voluntarily surrender your license, they give you 25,000 euros? What license? For what? To drive? Found a report. Failed asylum seeker families to be offered up to 40K to leave UK. Oh, I see. Families of failed asylum seekers will be offered up to 40,000 pounds to leave the UK under a trial scheme announced by Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Mahmood said the government would seek to forcibly remove failed asylum seekers if they do not accept incentive payments of up to £10,000 or euros per person, capped at 4 per family within 7 days. The scheme is expected to target about 150 families living in taxpayer-funded accommodation, and the Home Office estimates it could save £20 million if successful. However, the Conservatives in Reform UK said the payments would incentivize people to come to the UK illegally. I see. So they're basically paying people to leave. Interesting. Fixed a vibration ratio. Then it's much easier to spell. Karen, may I ask you something? I guess you can ask, but I don't know if you're gonna like the answer. Just ask at your own risk. So this guy, Philip Klass, in 1966, Klass made an offer that stood for the remaining 39 years of his life. By 1974, the offer had changed slightly to the following form. Klass agrees to pay the second party the sum of $10,000 within 30 days after any of the following occur. Any crashed spacecraft or major piece of spacecraft is found to be clearly of extraterrestrial origin by the United States National Academy of Sciences, or B, the National Academy of Sciences announces that it has examined other evidence which conclusively proves that the Earth has been visited by extraterrestrial spacecraft in the 20th century, or C, a bona fide extraterrestrial visitor born on a celestial body other than the Earth appears live before General Assembly of the United Nations or in a national television program. The party accepting this offer pays Klass $100 per year for a maximum of 10 years. Each year, none of these things occur. Klass made this offer openly to anyone. The offer was specifically declined by Frank Edwards, John G. Fuller, J. Allen Hynek, and James Harder, some of whom were the most vocal promoters of the extraterrestrial hypothesis. One person entered into the agreement with Klass, a man in Seattle, Washington, accepted the terms in 1969 and made 2 annual payments of $100. Then in 1971, he wrongly claimed the prize. When it was pointed out that his claim didn't meet any of the conditions, the man let the agreement lapse. In his book, UFOs Explained, Klass offers to refund the full purchase price to every reader of the book, and any of the conditions of his UFO challenge are ever met. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I actually just had a thought about perspective and something that I haven't really mentioned from anywhere, either side. And that's, the whole sun rays coming in parallel, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we see with our eyes, and it's certainly not what we would draw on a piece of paper either. And likewise with, let's say, train tracks. We know in reality, when we build them, they are parallel. But that's not how we draw them. That's not what we see when we look beyond, right? We see that they do converge, or they look like they do.
Mm-hmm.
So then the only difference here is that they say, so it's just what they say with the sun rays, but they come in parallel, but you could say either, right? That's the only thing there.
But you could say what? You're like, it's kind of hard to hear you sometimes. You're kind of in and out of.
You could say either or to the sun rays, but there's no proof that they're parallel. I think there's proof to the contrary, correct?
Yeah, I would say that sun rays are not exactly parallel, no, because you can look at shadows on the ground and shadows always diverge. I mean, that's just how light works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then, that's just something I haven't heard connected together by anyone. But that kind of shows right there exactly. Okay, thank you, Karen. You have been helpful. You're good. You're quick. I like that.
Is that it?
Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
Yeah, that's it.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Bye. E.O. Crepuscular, yeah. How our eyes work, it's a system, yes. Out in the sticks, Upper Peninsula. There's a lot of Bigfoot sightings in the Upper Peninsula. You ever seen any squatchies? Got any squatchies out there next to you? May I ask what's up with you and Dave Weiss? I thought that everything was good between you and him. Black Cat crossed your ways. I just don't like talking about it. I really don't. I'm just over it. He's a self-serving a-hole, and he pushes a bunch of garbage on his app. And if you speak out against him, he wants nothing to do to you. Well, not even against him. If you say that some of his bros are full of shit, which they are, and they're all people that he puts on his app, like he pushes people that spew absolute fucking nonsense as truthers, and then, you know, somebody like me who actually does look at everything objectively, and I'll talk about everything, and I'll expose even people who say that they're quote-unquote truthers or flat earthers for the bullshit that they propagate. Well, you're not allowed to talk here because, you know, you're not getting with the program. You don't go along with groupthink, and, you know, you're a gatekeeper because you don't want to put a fucking idiot like Stellium 7 on stage at Flattoberfest so he can lie to everybody and tell everybody that quartz is sap when that's like the biggest load of shit anybody has ever said, so that he can sit there and tell you about how everything, you know, like calling me a gatekeeper because I don't want to put a lying, you know, clickbait creating bullshitter on stage when like I got into this to expose truths so that people could be more aware and like make better decisions in their life and learn something and like learn about the place that they live in instead of being taught a bunch of lies. Like the globe people were telling us lies. So like now I'm supposed to do that too? No, I didn't sign up for that shit. Okay? That's why I stopped doing events. It's why I'm still here with my, you know, losing subscribers every fucking month. That's why, you know, I'm just over here in like my own little island by myself because nobody wants to talk to me anymore because they know that they're full of shit, and I will fucking expose you for being a full of shit, bullshit, lying to people, and then calling yourself a truther. Oh, everything's melted. Yeah. And all this bullshit about all the old world bullshit with, oh, we didn't build that. We founded the buildings, because you're too fucking illiterate to understand the difference between the past tense of find and what the word founded actually means. Like, no, I didn't sign up for that shit. If you want to peddle bullshit, you go peddle bullshit somewhere else that is not around me. That's what's up. All right? I hate the gossip shit too. You're not by yourself. Yeah, I agree. There's still people here that actually do care about. They don't want to be fed a bunch of bullshit. They don't want to be like, seriously, it's got to the point where it's like I'm like even ashamed to be calling myself a flat earther sometimes, because I see what other flat earthers get hundreds of thousands of views for saying, and I'm like, "Oh my god. What is even happening here?" You know what I'm saying? It's like they love the attention so much that now they don't care about truth. They just care about clickbait and clicking on and people liking their shit and propagating bullshit lies. I'm sorry, Cammy. That guy, he did kind of push me into the drama a little bit. But that is it. That's why. I'm just not into, I'm not going to go, you know, I'm not going to propagate people's bullshit just to placate them and play along and like, and you know, work the circuit, be part of the little podcasting flat earther circuit where everybody can go and talk about their fucking retard ideas that make no sense in reality. I'm sorry. I'm just not there. I'm not doing it. That's why. That dipshit Hibbler is one of the heads of the world word war debate. Yes, I agree, Balderson. Yep. Hey, I'm on my own island too, yeah. By the way, Witsit was back on X still, Effie. Yes, I know Witsit's still a flat earther. I told you guys he was still flat, and he just has to take care of everybody, you know, we're all real people. We all have lives. You know, sometimes we have to take a step back and we have to take care of what's going on in our life, you know? And that's where Witsit's at. And if he has found it time to come back and do stuff, good for him, you know, but also if he needs to take time away, then we need to let him do that too. Hey, Dr. Law. Good to see you, Dr. Law. Hey, Boston Ray. Hello, Morgan. Working from their script, no thanks. Right? That's what I'm saying. By the way, Ben, I forgot what you told me. Hibbler copyright struck my channel and I called him out on it and he tried to lie and say it wasn't him. Of course, well, it has to be him. They're using a lot of maybe theories. He pumps out a lot of bullshit so that people will subscribe to his app, and it makes Flat Earth look retarded. It makes Flat Earthers look like they believe any old bullshit that comes down the pipeline. Like, seriously, it is dumb. It is like the dumpster fire of the internet. You know? I want nothing to do with it. Nothing. Word War? It's a debate show with Sam Tripoli and others. Let me guess, Ben, and they're retarded. Word War debate. I haven't even seen it. Oh my god, I would watch it just to laugh. Failed Lighthouse Project. Take time to watch the rainbow drop lower near the poles. The rainbow drop lower near the poles. Ben, is it funny? Is it worth watching for laughs? It wasn't good at all. It had Anna Kasparian against Pearly Things for the main debate. One of the worst debates I've ever seen. Anna Kasparian against Pearly Things? That just sounds horrible. It sounds horrible. Is that the only one they've done? Where is this? Is this on YouTube? Oh, 5.47K subscribers, huh? Ben Swan? Casparian versus Pearl? What is Ben Swan doing on here? He's like in every one. Is this being hosted by Ben Swan? They spent a ton of money on it and it fell pretty flat. See, can I do a stream without that guy's name even coming up? Like, seriously. You guys need to quit idolizing knuckleheads. It makes me want to vomit. Ryan Mullally. Moderator host Ben Swan 2 months ago. I don't even see, where do you even see Hibbler? Oh, this is like a live and it's like almost 8-hour long live stream. Holy crap. The conspiracy I can't get over is that self-driving cars, Roombas, etc. are remote controlled by people in computer cubicle sweatshops. That's hilarious. I think I like the fact that I don't know who most of these people are. Yeah, I wish I didn't know who a lot of these people were. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did I push the... Am I on?
Yes?
Hello?
Hello? Can
Oh,
you
God,
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I had queued you up to call, and then I was moving stuff around, and I didn't even know because I was getting my thoughts ready, because you really threw me for a loop here about a minute ago.
Why?
Well, because, all right, so here, I feel your angst, and I agree with so much of you, Karen. I just love you to death. I wish I'm retired on Social Security, and I've been stabbed so many times. I'm just poor and broke and infirm, so I wish I could give you $1,000 a month. But anyway, I just love your stuff. Now, so here's my little thought. You got a minute?
Sure.
Okay. I've been unlearning shit since 1979, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm 66 years old. I got totally lied to religiously in my youth, right? And then I first, quote unquote, got born again in 1979, which has got all kinds of conversation of what that means to be freaking born again, okay? Anyway, I've been unlearning shit for all these years. And I now view them, it's like we got all these balls, and they're lies, right? And we learn something or unlearn something, and that's one ball we throw in the air, right? Then we got another one we unlearn. And then we can't keep our eyes on all the balls at one time. It's very freaking difficult, you know? All this stuff, okay? Now, so I challenge everybody to really just list all the lies that they have received and then thrown off, and the things they can identify that are actually true. Just to have you stand on the things you actually believe are true, like There is a God, one creator God. If you're not there, gosh, I mean but I think everybody resonates with that one creator God, correct? Then simple things like, do you believe the Bible's actually from God? Some simple stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you go back to the very first lies you were ever told. And here's my challenge question to you. I think you might get it right away. It's like a quiz question. And I'll sell you $20. I got little money. I'm going to sell you $20 if you get this. What is the first lie that you were ever told that you now know is not true?
The first lie that I was ever told that I now know is not true.
Yes.
I don't know.
Santa.
Huh? Santa?
Santa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, it's either going to be the globe or Santa.
Santa. Even before the globe, maybe the globe visually, hanging over your head, and stuff. But Santa, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And remember the movie where it's Silence of the Lambs.
Mm-hmm.
And the crazy guy in the cell says, go back to the very, very beginning and start from there. That Santa lie is fascinating. It's all lies about God, who God is. It lies about what the heck is going on in the North. I mean, all kinds of shit is in Santa lie.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, and then, okay, I don't want to go on and on because I would start talking, I would never stop. And I don't want to do that because I don't want to be that guy. And your first caller was great, and I appreciate it. He was lengthy. Your second guy was your UFO. God, that was pretty interesting because he gets a little, and your third guy was short, and I don't want to be a long guy or even try to be a long guy. But I go on. Okay, so one of the basic things we have to ask ourselves, right now we got this big lie of Jesus is returning, okay? He's coming. And then all this hullabaloo that the military is even involved in hastening Jesus' return. So we do need to deal with whether we've been lied to of whether Jesus did return already and had a 1,000-year kingdom and then left, and we're in the little season. I don't want to trigger you into what the little season might trigger you.
No, it doesn't trigger me. I know people talk about it all the time. I don't. That doesn't trigger me. It's stuff that is like obvious bullshit that triggers me.
Yes, and I'm with you there. And I think a lot of the old worldly building stuff is unworthy and is overstated, and a lot of it is created by AI. No doubt about it. There's a lot of AI bullshit in that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been, or my daughter has, and I've seen it, but if anybody thinks that Louis XIV built the Palace of Versailles, they're fucking crazy. There is no fucking way they built that in the Middle Ages period. If the Middle Ages of what they're saying is true, there's no frickin' way they built any of those buildings. Not the Vatican building, none of them. So who built those? That's a big and important question, and that's what triggered me. And I was kind of surprised by you a little there. But I get what you're saying on like Dave Wise bringing in all these frickin' idiots maybe on his platform, and even the lunch break guy. I'm sure he's
that guy.
For views.
Yes, that guy drives me insane. He's one of the biggest bullshitters.
Yeah, and he may well be, Karen. But it's probably not all bullshit, right? Like even your UFO
100%. It's 100% bullshit.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? That every single thing he's saying about old world buildings is all bullshit?
Yes, I don't think he knows a fucking thing. I think he's completely full of shit. He's a YouTuber. He's a clickbait YouTuber. Yes.
Well, I'm listening. I'm not hateful or opposing. I'm listening. But Karen, some of these Capitol buildings and when they were built and stuff, I don't know, Karen. I'm a little more open to that, I'll say.
Well, because nobody listens, okay, because everybody this all started because of Ewar and him making that video, The Lost History of Flat Earth or whatever, and then him and Wood and Nichols went back and started retracting a bunch of stuff, and they made a bunch of debunk videos, but nobody watches those. But the videos that they where they propagated bullshit, millions of views. The video where they go, you know what, we were wrong. We don't. Ewar doesn't even believe that shit anymore. He's like off living his life somewhere, like not even talking about this stuff anymore. And everybody keeps sharing his videos like it's truth, and they always go back to, oh, you got to watch this and blah blah blah. So it's, I just find it ridiculous. All of it is ridiculous. There's plenty of. I mean, I just feel like you can't just say, oh, there's no way they did it. Well, how do you know there's no way they did it? Because like when I go to the Parthenon, they talk about how, oh, look, here's an ancient crane. Like they had levers, and then I also know about Wally Wallington, who is a man who learned to move large blocks just with some pieces of wood and knowing physics and how they work and balancing them. And he's moving like gigantic multi-ton blocks all on his own, So it's like, when I see these things and it's like, I think most of these people, that you don't know what you don't know. And like, they're taking advantage of the fact that most people have forgotten the history, like true human history and human ingenuity. And then they feed them these BS lines, and then nobody can even bothers to go look it up or try to debunk it. They just believe it. And then it just becomes truth because it just gets propagated. It becomes groupthink. And I think that is exactly what my lunch break is, and these other people are.
Okay, now that's good stuff right there, and I'm with you because that resonates. Because I have that. I mean, the technology that is right there available now. If these assholes who are fossil people would get us off the fossils, we could have all kinds of wonderful homes for everybody. A simple pimple, build them in afternoons, for God's sake, and then the growing technologies. Instead, we eat the slop that they're giving us so they can make us. You're right. So that's good. I accept everything you just said. That's good stuff. But so back to the part that the old world buildings even appealed to me, and that is, I was first presented with Jesus' promise this generation would see him return is right in the word. So that's what got me to listen, as those evidences, because now I look at those scriptures, and when I first read those scriptures in 1980, and I was at a school that preached futurism, I said, well, it says this generation. He's coming this generation. What do you mean? Oh, this generation means down the road 2,000 years. Well, now I've got a logic that, and then some evidences that prove he did freaking return. And now they're hiding that because they lie about everything. They lie about who, what, when, where, why, how, everything all the time. And this is where we can't keep our eyes on all the freaking lie balls, that we got to flip up in the air and keep juggling them. So we're all trying. And the only place we got any hope is programs like yours where we're talking together. That's the only hope. Because all this shit that we're listening to, like you said, we got to figure out, first of all, if it's AI or not. And I mean, we know that Trump is an absolute piece of crap. Netanyahu has gotten out of Germany to head up the false Zionism. There is no person on earth that even knows they're a blood relative of the Jews. All those temple blood records were destroyed at AD 70, if we can trust that, and I think we can. But some people follow Judaism as a religion, and that's their Orthodox whatever. Some are Kabbalists and all that. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff to sift through there. But anyway, that clarified. What you just said clarified to me where I got triggered by you when you were ragging on the old world buildings, which were helpful to me, but it's not the only evidence I have. I'm a little seasoner. I do think Jesus has come and gone, and we're in the little season, which is why we're wrangling through all this deception. It's all there freaking is. And Jesus is not going to return. We're going to go against him in the sides of the north. Go back to the first lie. I think that it's true. The north is where it's at, and keep your eye on the north. And that's kind of what I wanted to call and talk about. So there you go.
The north, yeah. There is definitely something interesting going on in the north. I would agree with that.
Absolutely. So, Sister Karen, thanks. I appreciate your word back to me on my word from your word on the lunch break thing and that. And
I know a lot of people that watch my channel love that stuff. Like if I look in my YouTube analytics, it'll tell me people who watch your channel also watch John Levi, My Lunch Break.
Yeah.
Like all the people that I love to talk shit about the things that they say. So I get it, and I also have to say that I appreciate people who still come back and watch me, even though I don't agree with any of that stuff, because at least you guys are looking at opposing opinions. At least you're listening to both sides, so that's cool. I think.
And one more person's name that I don't want to trigger you, but I'm curious because you said something about him the other week, and I don't like this guy for a particular reason, which I won't even say. And I don't really want to bring you into all these, but I kind of like him because Harry Eicher, what's up?
Oh.
Just briefly, can you give a brief? I mean, I don't like him that much for
here's the thing. It's kind of crazy. Like, you get into these things and you're just all like the bad things about people start to come out. They get popular. They think they get an ego and they start to show bad things, bad parts of themselves. And he's one of them. Like he blocked me on X because I was calling him out about some of the stuff he was saying. Because he doesn't want people who are going to challenge him. He just wants people telling him how smart he is and how, oh, you are amazing. Thanks for telling us all these truths, blah, 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 whatever. I mean,
right.
But it's like, and I think it has something to do with the way that they present this information. It's got to be because there's like really a lot of the stuff they say is just nothing behind it other than, I have a deep voice and I'm going to make this cool graphic and I'm going to say it with authority and tell you it's the truth. And like, that's what my lunch break does. That's what Terry Riker does. The flat out truth guy, even though it's, if you go into look into a lot, like I am a staunch flat earther. The earth is fucking flat. And I will stand on that until the day I die. Like, we do not live on a globe. I don't know what's going on in the sky. I don't know why people see the sun go around the pole in the north and in the south. I can have ideas why, I don't know. But the earth is not a ball in space. It is not what they say it is. And I will die on that fact. But they
and
have...
Let me ask you this real quick.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you this real quick, and I sense this is true with some of us veterans on it. You're bored by flat Earth.
I'm not bored. It's just that
It's old news to you, and it's kind of boring in that sense, right? I mean, you go over and over and over all the proofs. I mean, you're so settled, it's kind of boring to you, correct?
Well, I just don't feel like I don't really need to keep talking about it or focusing on it because it just is what it is for me now.
Exactly, and I mean, I realize that not everybody's in the same place, and they're not bored by it because they're new to it, and that's good, and we're still there for them, right? But you're going on to bigger and better things, and everybody knows and thinks it through. The ultimate subject is, what the heck is God doing? That's the subject. What is God doing, for God's sake? Us little pipsqueak people, we're just opinions about this thing going on in our realm, as you like to say, in our realm. So the question is, and I'm not trying to steer right into that big topic of what God's doing, because I do know what he's doing, but anyway. And I can sense that that's where you're going to the ultimate spot. You want to know what the heck is actually going on, and when will it be freaking over, because it's all crazy. And that's the subject that we're really on.
Yeah. I mean,
so anyway, God bless you. I love you and your audience, and I appreciate you. And you didn't get the Santa right, so I get to keep my $20.
All right. Well, that's cool.
I love you, sister.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. We are not in the little season. I don't freaking know, dude. I don't think anybody knows what's going on in this place. Like, it's like he said, there is a great deception. Like, I can't deny that. There is a lot of deception. A lot of deception right now. A lot. But also a lot of things are coming to light. You know? One thing I always say, I'm dumb AF, right? Like, I don't know shit, but these people, I mean, they tell the most ridiculous stories as if they're true. Like, there was some, like, the melted people, the melt heads, who think that some random X Factor event triggered the underground, the circuit board under the earth, which caused everything to melt. Except when you melt stuff, when you actually go and melt stuff, like it doesn't do what, like it doesn't turn into all the different materials that we have here. Like when you melt things, like it's like nobody can take, or they think it's all brick. That's what it was, right? Like that everything was built, that there was a bunch of brick buildings, and then the brick buildings got melted and made the mountains. But where did the bricks come from? Where did the bricks come from, Jerry? That's what I want to know. Where did the bricks come from? Do you guys remember when I bombed Jerry on the Bro Sanchez show, and I asked him where the bricks came from, because he's the one who started that ridiculous bullshit and like brain fucked a whole bunch of people. Perfectly good flat earthers became total retards because they started to believe that there was some ancient civilization that lived in nothing but brick buildings, and that somehow there was some weird X Factor event that melted all of their brick buildings that they built from God knows what, right? Because here in the real world, when we want to make bricks, we have to go out to like the hills and the mountains and the places that they say are melted bricks and like pick up the dirt and form them into bricks and like make different mixtures and then bake them in an oven. You bake bricks in an oven and then it becomes like a brick. Like the logic, completely devoid of any logic. Completely devoid of any logic. And then everybody got pissed at me because I wouldn't go along with it. Like, I'm sorry. Why would I ever do that? Why? It's stupid. It's like, I'm just going to voluntarily become a fucking thumb-sucking retard now? Okay, sure. Perfectly good flat earthers become total retards. Exactly, Mark. It's true. Popcorn rocks for the win. Exactly. There is no one in the FE division that can speak like him and people will follow. Who? Bob? Oh, yeah. Yes, I remember. We love Bob too. I miss Bob. It was like, and then after that, everything just kind of, after Rob and Bob died, it was like everybody just became retarded. And then there's a few of us over here going, wait, what happened? Why did everybody become retarded? What happened? Why did that happen? And then they get mad at us. They go, oh, you're not supposed to talk bad about other flat earthers. Okay, well, if you guys are going to act like retards, then that's what's going to happen. Like, I'm not saying I know anything or I know, I have the answer to every question or anything. Like, I'm not some supreme intellect. But some things are obvious bullshit and are just absolutely fucking retarded. And they must be called out as such because it doesn't do anybody any good. You're going backwards. You're going backwards in intelligence. You're devolving. You're not evolving. You're not learning. You're not learning anything. You're going backwards. Okay? And all I want to do is I want to keep things honest. And I don't want people to go backwards. I want to learn and move forward. I don't want to stop and then go in reverse and become like retarded, more retarded. You got to go forward. Learn. Even my dabs aren't good enough to make that work out, right, Ben? Pockets of survival. No shit. Definitely starting to find a safety feature of reality. Finding out that righty-tighty and lefty-loosey wasn't a universal thing rocked me hard. That's so funny. SLS? I don't know what that is. We aren't supposed to talk bad about other flat earthers. I surely, truly, sorely do miss the intros with Wits It Gets It. Yeah. Everyone started eating their own, lost all common sense and sensibility. Yeah. Melt theory is not going backwards. Don't know how you come up with that. It's absolutely going backwards. Because how many melt heads have you seen take any type of material, any brick, and then melt it to show what happens when you melt a brick and how it turns into, sapphire or quartz or marble or labradorite or sodalite or anything other than a melted brick? Because when you go and try to say that all mountains are melted brick buildings, you're saying the entire contents of that mountain came from a melted brick building, right? This is how stupid it is. It is so fucking stupid. How can you say it's not going backwards? It is like the most retarded thing. So they say that they melt bricks. that are like made from like different types of clay and shit, and that they were melted in some crazy unknown mysterious X factor, and it became all of the, you know, complex types of materials and crystals that we see today that we get from mountains. That makes zero sense. There is zero logic in that. Zero, none, zilch, nada, goose egg. Empty, void of any meaning or anything that helps anything anywhere, ever, at any time, at any point in reality. So yes, it is going backwards. I disagree. Bob hated crap being touted as truth, yeah. We all agree the earth is not a globe. When you melt a brick, you get wool, rock wool, glass fiber. Can you create a plasma effect? How do you come off thinking you know what kind of power was used, you dipshit? See, you guys are just cool story, bro. And then you get mad at me because I don't believe your cool fantasy story. You could be mad about it and cry about it. You guys, you know, the thing is that we know how crystals grow. We can grow crystals in a lab, and it has nothing to do with fucking bricks or melting bricks. Don't you get it? That's why it's stupid, because real world applications show that this is not the case. If you understand how crystals grow and how things form, you know, like, so if somebody goes and digs down into a vein of some type of mineral and they pull out a terminated crystal like this little fluorite octahedron, are you telling me that there's some way to get this out of melting a brick with plasma? Like some whatever bullshit story you want to make up? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's retarded. Okay, so you make bricks splatter, and then what do they turn into? What does it turn into? Not only do you not believe, you are utterly disrespectful when doing it. Well, I could see why you would think that a Fresnel lens will liquefy a brick. Okay, and then what does the brick turn into? Does the brick turn into a crystal? Like this? Does it turn into calcite, fluorite, sodalite? Does it turn into quartz? Does it turn into a ruby? Or a sapphire? Oh, Ben grows wonderful THC crystals. It's molten, right? Most people don't even understand what plasma is. Maybe something in the far past happened in the far past. Temperatures of 1,000,000 degrees that can melt anything. Who knows? Okay, but you guys, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Do you understand that the entire plane would be glass? You know the joke when they would say the joke about dropping heavy bombs on a place, we're going to turn it into glass? You know why that joke exists? Because if you heat these minerals up to millions of degrees, if you heat these minerals up, they melt and it turns to like a type of glass, like an amorphous liquid. Like an amorphous thing. It doesn't turn into, you know, I mean, especially if you did it like a conglomerate, like everything at once, and you melted everything at once. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Smaller pieces of brick. Sodom and Gomorrah turned to ash, didn't melt. Well, it depends. What are the ingredients the brick was made with? Because you need the right ingredients for each rock. Exactly. There's different materials, you guys. This is why we have... See, this is why people... I think this is why people call flat earthers like science deniers. Because you guys are denying like empirical science when you say dumb shit like everything melted and it became what it is now. Our melted realm is now what it is now. It's like you guys don't understand like basic physics. I'm sorry, but it has to be said. And I don't care if you all fucking hate me for it. I really don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Feast. Hate me. Curse me. Call me whatever you want. I don't care. Because this certain shit is just beyond retarded and doesn't make sense. Like saying that everything came from something melted. Vitrified hill forts. But how that could have been bombed. They could have bombed something. Who knows? Molten steel cools down to a crystalline structure, but steel is not sand or mud. Exactly, it's not. Because cookers know what happens because we're all anarchist chemists and we try to cook and you find out different recipes of everywhere. That's funny. One thing I would say is there are crystals of all kinds, but at the end of the day, it's all just protons, neutrons, and electrons. I don't even know that protons, neutrons, and electrons are a thing. That's just our way of describing and understanding how things work in this realm. Feast, there's a t-shirt. Yeah. Feast. Enough on that for me. But seriously. Can't we all just hit a bone? That's funny. What you're describing is the known science. What about some kind of energy unknown that can do something like this? Anyway, we don't know Jack. Okay, well, you're still... Okay. Now, look, I can't disprove that because that's like a hypothetical. There could be something that you don't know about. Why is that? There could be some type of energy that we don't know about, but again, we don't know about it. So why would you take that into consideration as a possibility? Because it's just a hypothetical. It doesn't exist. You have no proof. You're just saying, well, it could be. Well, monkeys might fly out of my butt, unicorns, flying unicorns could land in my front yard at any time, and then I could go for a magical flying unicorn ride across the land. Maybe could happen. You don't know. Sorry about that. There's a 40-foot water intake in Lake Michigan. It's still AM here. Effie's lost it, thinking we know at TFE. What about TFE? All TFE did was destroy an already like dying, flailing thing. I don't even know what to call it. Because people were already, sort of going different ways, partly because of this ridiculous melted brick building bullshit. And then, of course, there's Tartaria bullshit. So people were already breaking off into different things. It was already, and then of course people were already, one of the things that um, I will bring up that came in and broke a lot of people's brains immediately was the no forests on flat Earth video that was like not even made in English, and it made everybody think that all mountains were tree stumps, which is also retarded and doesn't make any sense, right? And I was so upset when that video came out and everybody was like, "Oh, you gotta watch this video. It's so good. It's so good. It's the most coolest video since blah blah blah." Karen, this was like a year or two after Flat Earth, right? It was like 2016. It was very early on when that video came out and like infected everybody's mind with a BS. Okay, and so I'm sitting here in my house and I watched this video, and at the end of the video I was pissed. I was pissed. I was like, why do people think this is good? Because the video is sitting there telling me that there are no trees on flat Earth, right? Every window that I look out of outside my house is trees. I literally live in the woods, surrounded by trees, and I have this stupid ass video on my TV telling me that I'm not actually seeing trees. There's no trees on flat Earth. All the trees have been truly cut down. Those are the mountains, and we live in moss. Yeah, shut up. STFU, GTFO. I just got finished waking up. And, basically what happens when you woke up from flat Earth, right? Like they tell you, oh, you can believe your senses. You know how the Earth presents itself as flat and you don't feel it moving and you see the sun move in the sky? That is actually how it is. The Earth is stationary. You're not moving at 66,000 miles per hour. The sun is small and local, just as it appears, and it moves across the sky, just like we describe it. So now you can trust your senses. You don't have to. You're not actually on the lobster scrambler ride at the fair, and you just don't feel it or don't know it, right? Like you can. You begin to understand that yes, how the world presents itself to me is the way it is. My senses and the things that my body is telling me about this place are real. Then here comes this stupid ass video in Russian to brainwash everybody into thinking that, oh, now all of a sudden, just after you got told that everything is the way it is, now it's not. Now we're going to go back to you can't believe what you see anymore. Now you can't trust your senses anymore. And we're going to mind fuck you guys all over again. Yeah, I did not fall for that crap, but a whole bunch of people did. Whole bunch of you did. And it's not like I'm so smart or anything. I just don't understand why you can go from not, waking up to the Earth and then you had to scrutinize it, right? Because you don't just go, oh yeah, everybody says it's so stupid when they first hear that the Earth is flat, right? At first, it's the dumbest thing you ever heard, and so you scrutinize it and you try to debunk it, and that's how you become a flat earther. But then after that, now you're just believing. It's like now they've got everybody just believing any old bullshit that comes down the line. Why? Because a flat earther told you, and the flat earther knows the truth, right? Because we all walked through the fire and we all debunked the globe, and now we're no. Now there's a bunch of people here trying to feed you bullshit and sell you bullshit and capitalize on it. Like, you can't just lull yourself into safety because somebody says that they're a flat earther. They're ready here to lie to you too. Straight up. Unicorns, hope that happens. Thank you, DJ. I hope it happens too. Karen, you fear most what you don't understand. But here's the thing. You think that why do you think that I fear that? I don't fear it. Why would I fear that? I don't fear it. Because it's retarded. But okay. Whatever you want to think. What if isms? think it was a mine, and then they used it to brilliantly fill in with fresh water. That's right, Dr. Bass, birds are real. It's a simulation. Just because something looks like something else doesn't make it so. Exactly. We all know for sure we are not on a ball in space. Others are theories. Okay, they are theories, but some of them are stupid theories that are a complete waste of time. Like it's it's completely a waste of time because it's just so ridiculous. It's like not even cool, interesting. You know, it's just not melted bricks. Like how freaking boring. Are you kidding me? That's not even cool. It's not even, it doesn't even sound like that's the best that you could come up with. Oh, there were these melted brick buildings and then they melted and earth. Like that's the best you guys can come up with. It's not even cool sounding. That's what I get. Like how do you guys even get interested in something that sounds so completely uninteresting? Logic and reasoning along with studying crystals for decades. Yeah. Just to recap, the entire mud flood community got the idea from me, and level-headed William got his name from me too. Never seen anyone actually get angry over Tartaria, but I'm not even angry. That's the thing. I'm not angry. You haven't seen me angry. I'm not angry. I just think it's dumb. Like I have friends who are into Tartaria. They don't like. I don't just go, "Hey, what's up, Tartarian, idiot, dumb dumb." Like I don't say any of that stuff. It's fine. People, you can believe whatever you want. If you guys like that stuff, whatever. But don't come to my channel and talk to me about it and expect me to be in complete agreement with that stuff because it just isn't going to happen. That's all I'm saying, you know? And maybe if that's why I put on my channel, I'm the contrarian for the contrarians, you know? Because I just don't. I look at everything and I form my own opinion about it. I don't let anybody tell me what's true and what's not. You know, I try to verify stuff. I try to learn stuff. It's probably why I don't make as much videos because I'm too busy. Like, you know, back in the day, people would always make videos and they'd be cranking them out. But I wasn't making very many videos because I would have an idea to make a video and then I would debunk myself and then I wouldn't make a video. I'd be like, okay, well, on to the next thing. What else can I make that will be interesting, you know? And I would be, and this is like me learning and trial and error and stuff. And then I just realized that most of the things that people put out are garbage. Most of it's garbage, sadly. Boring. Am I trolling you? No. Are you trolling me? Prayers for Patricia. Yeah. I used to try to be nice to her, but I stopped because when she flip-flopped and decided that she was going to go back to the globe because Robbie and whatever. I don't wish ill on anybody, but as far as those people go, I don't care to talk to any of them ever again. Ever. Ever. Have a nice life away from me. What about giants? I didn't say anything about giants. I think there were giants. The giants is a totally different, and then you got the Smithsonian going around and stealing all the giants. I went through and like searched up a bunch of articles. One day I spent hours and hours and hours searching up articles on giants and all the old American news articles about them finding like bones of giants or like burials of giants and that they had, like people around them, like it was like an old burial, crazy stuff. So there is something there. Um, yeah, giants, that's interesting. But the thing of it is that people use that to try to push the bullshit story of giant trees and all mountains are tree stumps and blah, blah, blah. And they just go way too far with it. And you're getting away from like, the matter at hand here. You're getting a little off track. It's hilarious to me when people try to use a compass to debunk flat earth. I think it's hilarious too. Because, yeah, my next trip I'm going to Tartaria in Russia to see the Tartarian so-called old city. That would be cool. Take video, take pictures. That would be cool. See? But that's more than any of these other people would do, right? I don't see any of these other why isn't my lunch break and all the money that he makes from his YouTube channel going to Tartaria and taking actual and doing like boots on the ground stuff? No, he's just like in his apartment or whatever making stupid clickbait videos. They will rue the day. Yeah, it was crazy. One day all is well, the next day deuces, right? Yeah, whatever. Just go away. Girl, don't go away mad. Girl, just go away. Giant wings. You would think of that. You said that, not me. Kazan is the historic capital of Tartarstan. Where is that now? Is it still called Kazan? I'm interested. Let's see. Kazan, Russia. Boy, it's right there out in the middle, isn't it? That's Kazan, Russia. Republic of Tatarstan, Russia. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, I wasn't going to call in again, but since you're talking about Kazan and my online class, it just got out like 5 minutes ago. I just wanted to say one other, two bits about Kazan. I think it was in 2024. It's when Putin and Xi Jinping held this big rally, this major conference for BRICS, which is, all these Eastern nations, India, South Africa, China, Russia, and all these, not the United States, but everybody else. It's to be anyway, they held their big organizational conference forever. It's been around some years, but I think it was in 2004. They held a big conference to organize the economic unity of all these nations. I guess that was the key theme of it. Getting off the U.S. dollar, which U.S. manipulates everybody through their dollar, which has been the world standard since 1944, the end of World War II, at the Bretton Woods, New Hampshire conference, set up the IMF and the World Bank and all these international organizations based on the dollar, and BRICS is getting off of that. Anyway, they held that conference in Kazan in 2024. which is the historic capital of Tatarstan, or I don't know, say I haven't. It's not fresh in my memory every detail of its existence, but I do know that's a major city. I think it's on the European side. Is it on the? No, is it? Which side of the Urals is it on? I forgot. It's way east of Moscow, but I think it's on the European side of the Urals. But at any rate, the Tatars, which is one of these groups from like the Golden Horde, or one of these groups that Asian groups that Genghis Khan's empire was divided up into. That was the historic capital of it, and that's the actual Tartaria, or the Tartars, and that was historic. That was their main city. It's a big city in Russia, east. Not like near the Pacific, but I think near the Ural Mountains. But anyway, just in recent history, that's where Xi Jinping and the Modi from India, I think it was like a year and a half ago, that all these world leaders were gathered there, and they got set on the going forward, because the United States could have been a member of it, but they keep trying to exploit everything for just me, and like they that can't be allowed. They're destroying the whole world system. That's so the UN and all these other organizations are declining, and the BRICS is rising. But I just remembered it just happened to be in Kazan. So if you wanted to visit the historic capital of Tartaria, or that Kazan would be the city. I just remembered that. That's all I got. Sorry, I talked a little bit too much.
Well, it looks pretty.
Oh yeah, it's a fabulous city. Yeah, I mean it's one of these big cities. I think the biggest city in between that and Moscow is Nizhny Novgorod. Not Novgorod itself. That's west of Moscow, near like Scandinavia and Poland and all that. But Nizhny Novgorod is east of Moscow. I think during the Soviet Union era, Nizhny Novgorod, it was renamed Gorky. But now it came during Romanov times. It was Nizhny Novgorod, and since the 90s, it went back to its old name. But the Kazan, yeah, that's further east yet. I'm not looking at a map right this moment, but yeah.
Yes, it's east of
Kazan.
Moscow for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if let me see if it's is it I just got Apple Maps on my it's nice to have a laptop. I'm catching up with the 20th century. But I'm not historically I'm not very tech savvy, but let's see, Kazan and is I see, yeah, it's it's west of the Urals. Because Perm is further east yet. And the Perm is like in the foothills of the Ural Mountains. But yeah, Kazan is like halfway between Moscow and the Ural Mountains. So Ural Mountains are the divide between Europe and Asia proper. But yeah, so Kazan. Anyway, just I didn't know. All these people talk all this conspiracy, frankly, retardedness about Tartaria, and they probably, most of them never even heard of Kazan. Well, Kazan is that's the historic city associated with that. Anyway, that's all I got.
All right, thanks for calling.
Yep.
Ted's at work, most likely, Bill. When I was young, I used to watch TV. Now I'm an old man and TV watches me. Either way, we use Tartaria. I know people say, we use Tartaria for a blanket term, which means the buildings all over the world show they were built by the same civilization, a one world civilization. Yeah, Boston Ray, that's retarded. No offense, my guy. You're a nice guy. And all of the people that I know that are my friends that like Tartaria are nice people. There's nothing like, they're not bad people, but that's retarded. It's retarded to say that all the buildings around all of the world, which have different architectural signatures and meanings for each culture, were made by a one world civilization. You're literally stealing the identity of all of these cultures from all of these countries all around the world and saying that they don't exist and that they're all Tartarian. That's like communist manifesto type bullshit. Do you get it? When you go around, when you guys basically rip off the identity of each culture and say, oh, no, 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 you didn't do that. You're all Tartarian. It's all one world civilization. That's, you guys, it's wrong. It's not reality. Okay? And you're helping to push the idea that a one world government or a one world civilization is okay. And it's not okay. Because that's exactly what they want to do to us now. They want to push us into a one world civilization where nobody has any sort of cultural identity. You will own nothing and be happy. You'll be part of the one world order, the new world order, and it's almost like this whole bullshit Tartarian narrative is getting pushed by the algorithm to implant in your brain that there was at one time a one world benevolent ruling civilization, and there can once again be a benevolent one world ruling civilization. No, 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 no. Ray is 75% NPC. That's funny, Tommy. That makes no sense that buildings require the same culture. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that, I am Lone Frog. It doesn't make any sense that all the buildings came from one culture because they were built at different times. They have different styles. They have different figures on them. Like everything is complete. Like you can go. Like there's whole studies. There's whole complete academic programs for people who want to be architects that study architecture and different types of architecture all over the world and how architecture has changed and evolved over the centuries by trial and error, people building stuff and then buildings falling. Like a lot of these cathedrals that people built, you guys don't even know. A lot of these cathedrals were built and they're gone completely because they didn't know what they were doing, or they didn't do it right, or there weren't skilled stonemasons, and they're just completely gone. They become ruins. And a lot of these other cathedrals that are still standing today, I don't think people understand, take a lot of maintenance. Like these countries have to preserve these buildings. I mean, I went to Europe and I went inside of every Italian, they're called Duomos in Italy. I went inside of every single one of them, and you can see where they have like metal strapping that they've put on after the fact to like try to hold the building together. Listen, all of these creative YouTubers who find these old pictures and they talk a good game and they put a little fancy music and they lull you into sleep and they tell you about the lost world when a time when it was so magical and we had a better life. We were ruled by a benevolent one world government and they built us all the building. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys, get off YouTube once in a while. I am on YouTube telling you to get off YouTube once in a while. Stop it. Why don't we still build like that? Because it's not practical, Ray. It's not practical. Everybody doesn't need to live in a stone castle. Everybody doesn't need to live in a stone castle. Everybody doesn't need to live in a stone castle, Ray. That's why. Even back then, they didn't all live like that. They lived in thatch huts and shit. Cob houses, caves. Our glass skyscrapers, LOL, not going to survive the test of time. That's right, Cammy. Our glass skyscrapers are not going to stand the test of time. I mean, they don't even stand the test of time in Las Vegas. Look at they. You know how many big buildings they've blown up in Vegas just so they can build another one? Come on. You saw 3 orbs come through Orion's belt? Cool. There's all kinds of weird shit going on in the sky. We swapped quality for quantity. Yes, Luke, that's my biggest problem. We swapped quality for quantity. In the very beginning, when there was like a handful of people making flat earth content, if you made a video that somebody else proved to be wrong, you took that video down. You didn't just leave it up and just say, whatever, follow my bullshit. But that's what everybody does now. They just put up whatever, any old bullshit that they want. And they don't care if it's right or not. The Stone Castle was the name of the local gay bar when I was a teenager. That's funny. That's hella funny. Costs a lot of money that will build something that will last, no profit. Yeah, exactly. A lot of money and time and skill. Like, you guys, I started following on Instagram a bunch of stonemasons because it's like a lost art, and they literally carve stone the exact same way that they've been carving stone for hundreds of years with a freaking hammer and a chisel. And you know what? Even if they have a pneumatic chisel, it's working off the same principle that you're just hammering. It's just that instead of you physically hammering it, it's pneumatically pounding the chisel into the stone. But it's literally the same principle. You know, and they have to know what type of stone is and where the cleaving is, and like, you know, it's very fascinating. And it's a lost art. People don't understand that these things, you have to learn about these materials, and it's like a trade, but it's just not so common anymore, you know, because most people don't live in stone houses. They live in traditional built houses, and now you need a plumber and you need an electrician, and you know, you need the guy to do the sheetrock and blah blah blah. Like, it's all different now, and everything isn't built to last. It's built to code. That's another big difference. They don't build things to last. Like back in the day, people used to build things to last because they don't want to have to keep building it or keep fixing it, right? So they would build it to try to make it last as long as possible. Well, now things are built to code, not to last. And it doesn't matter if, you know, it doesn't really matter if it's going to last forever or not. All that matters is that you got your right permits and that you used the approved materials. You know what I'm saying? And that the inspector came and signed it off. Blah, blah, blah. Opportunists and agents make a deep infiltration into FE a few years back. I felt the shift. Yeah. Just like all our new appliances, not built to last. Exactly. Mega structures with seams so tight can't fit a razor blade interlocking shapes. Vibration sets the seams literally vibrated to fit perfectly. I don't know. So the whole world used gargoyle and griffins. Planned obsolescence, yes. That's fine. Nobody agrees with me. Well, almost nobody. Some people do, but not everybody. And building code it's a minimum. Exactly, Luke. The building code is a minimum, right? They put that as a minimum there because people built things that were shitty and they fell apart and probably people died. And so then they started making the building code so that there was a minimum standard. Well, now, like, that's what it is. It's the minimum. Like, people don't spend money, like extra money, when they're building stuff to make it, like, you know, last, to go above and beyond. I mean, some people might, but it's very rare. Most of the time, that's not going to happen. Like, anybody nowadays, like any average person here, if you go buy a piece of land and you're going to build a house, are you going to be like, yes, I got my land. Now I'm going to spend, 3 or 4 times the amount of money to build something that I know is going to last, 800 years, rather than just build a traditionally built home that, you have to replace the roof in 30 years, you're going to have to do upkeep, blah, 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 general maintenance and whatnot, right? Because it's expensive, it's cost prohibitive. That's why we don't do that. I mean, that's just the way that the system's been, it's the way that things have evolved. Think of the Ice Palace from Dr. Zhivago. Some channels hint that people didn't have toilets because they didn't poop. I mean, does that even make any sense, Dan MC? Like, if you're watching a channel and they're going to tell you that humans back in the day didn't poop, I mean, are you going to believe that? Do you believe that? Do you guys believe that humans didn't poop? I mean, look at all the Roman toilets. You know what? They didn't have bathrooms in their house because they didn't have plumbing. They would have outhouses. So no, they didn't shit in the house. They shit outside in the shit house, because that's like how things were. If you don't shit where you eat. You know that whole thing? So it's like, if they don't have plumbing or a sewer system, like you're talking about a time before there was like underground sewer systems, before there was any sort of sanitation infrastructure put into anywhere, like, I think, I don't know when that all started coming about, but for a long time, sanitation wasn't even a thing. I mean, that's up until just a couple hundred years ago, right? So, but do we believe that just because there was no like major sewer system before 200 or 300 years ago that nobody shit? Was it like society as a whole was like, you know what? You know what has been missing in our life? Sitting on the toilet and taking a shit. Why don't we build a sewer system so that our bodies will start shitting again? And then we can just sit on the toilet and take a shit. Isn't that fun? Let's do it. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Pot to piss in. Yeah, exactly. Or they pooped and buried it. Pooped outside for hygiene. Exactly. Well, none of us will probably know 100% of the truth. It's not the minimum to meet hurricane codes. Hurricane codes? Does every place get hurricanes? No, every place doesn't get hurricanes. I'm sure it's different regionally for different places. Jesus. Just like in the Outer Banks, all the new construction in the Outer Banks all has to be built on stilts because of storm surges and hurricanes. Like, of course, the rules are going to be different from area depending on what area you live in. Like, hello. That's just common sense. So I'm not talking out of my ass. Try keeping what? Try keeping your 2000 or newer vehicles running 50 years. Bet you can't. Well, my 2008 Honda is still going okay, but it's only 17 years old. It's not 50 years old. I love looking at amazing architecture, especially the buildings that seem impossible, but they are possible, obviously, if y'all haven't checked out Gaudi's amazing work. Oh, yeah, the Spanish guy. From Hurricane Helene, only half my house got a new roof. How does that make any sense? What? They only replaced half your roof? They want to suggest that people never ate food. Okay, it is mental. When Versailles was the capital of France, they built the castle with no sewage system and it caused all kinds of problems. Yeah. Welcome back, Sue. My favorite movie line is, "Oh, piss boy." If that didn't poop, that means that they were full of shit. Well, eat non-shitting food. Everybody poops. Codes vary by county. Exactly, Torontosuke Idu. They vary by county. Houses in Michigan factor in snow load. See? Yeah. Florida houses do not. Depending on what part of my county you're in, you need hurricane and flood insurance. Do they even have hurricane insurance? I thought it was either flood or you didn't have flood insurance because like they don't consider it the same thing, right? So I don't even know. Is hurricane insurance even a thing? That's crazy. 99 F350 is a beast. How did the king do a royal flush? Is it okay to call in one last time to mention a specific ancient Christian source tying together ancient history? Mel Brooks, I just saying plenty of parts for pre-1990 vehicles. Yeah. Million Mile 7.3. The word of the day is chamber pot. Exactly. Chamber pot. Codes do not make things cheaper to build. It's the opposite. Well, it depends what you're building. I don't think you understand what I was talking about. I was comparing it to ancient buildings that are like now what we consider landmarks. You're just still pissed off because I think melted bricks shit is retarded. You're pissed off because I think that things that you believe in or spend time on are retarded. And you're upset. And that's okay. I understand. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
How you been doing again? You read my post just now, and I heard you after you read it. You said yes, so that's why I called in. Could I just ask one quick question first? The thing I'm talking about, mainly mentioning, is something from the ancient past, but for the future. Maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I made a post, and you found it online. The prophecy of Saint Andrew, the Fool for Christ. Were you ever able to take a look at that?
The prophecy for Saint Andrew. I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe it was less than a month ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. You found it online after I mentioned it, and you looked it up on your computer there, and you brought it up. And later, I found a link to it where it's in his life, the life of Saint Andrew, and there's a detailed prophecy of the end of the world in it. And later, I found another link that has just the prophecy itself, where you don't have to look through his life to read it. I was just, if you ever got a chance. That wasn't the main thing I can put it in the chat, the link, in a moment. But the main thing I wanted to answer, not something about the future, but about the past, there's this there's an ancient Arab Christian historian. His name is Agapios of Hierapolis. His name is Agapios, Agapius, Agapios. And I think it's his town. It's variously named Manjib or Hierapolis, and I don't know. It's somewhere near Iraq or something. I forgot the exact. Around there though, but ancient. It's an early Christian city, but it dates back to ancient times. And his one outstanding thing about I think it's online. It's on a website called Tertullian.org, which has English translations of all this early Christian and late Jewish stuff. But in this particular book, it goes into detail about the two major chronological systems. The one that the biblical system that the King James and the Roman Catholic Bibles used both came from the Vulgate, and it's the same one that the Jewish system are close to it. They both come from the same system, the Vulgate and the Jewish Bible. They're not exactly the same, but in some aspects they are, but they're approximately the same. Like they both have the same amount of time from the creation of the world to the flood. It's in those Bibles, it's 1,656 years, 1656. That's in Jewish Bibles and in the Vulgate, King James, traditional Western, what's come to be most Western Bibles. Now in the Septuagint, it's different. It's 1,500 years longer. We're sitting at just over the year 7,500 now, according to the Septuagint, not the year 6,000. Well, the value of Agapius' history is he shows exactly how that difference came about. He you don't have to go looking for it. It's not a mystery. He shows there's these Jewish scribes that are in the especially beginning in the 2nd century AD, just after the New Testament had been written, and they're disciples of this Rabbi Akiva, Akiva, and he had a bunch of students. I think he was executed because he was for participating in the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 135, and some point after that, he was executed. But his 5 disciples, one of them had this book. I forgot the title of it, but it's a book that has all those numbers in that order that are in like the Jewish Old Testaments and came to be later in the King James Old Testament, different from the Septuagint. And anyway, Agapius, his history shows how the Jews, the disciples, there's this book that came out around 160 AD, and that set of numbers, I forgot the name of it, it's online, but it was never in any Bible or book whatever of any manuscript before that book from 160 AD, this Jewish chronology. And then the Bibles after that started having that. And these are the disciples of these guys are who put together the Talmud in the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th centuries and all. But I forgot the name of the disciple, the specific disciple of Rabbi Akiva that came up with this book. But he shows how, like in the book of Genesis, there's all these patriarchs I think it's chapters 5 and chapter 11 in Genesis. They have the history of the world from the lifespans of these patriarchs. And they took 100 years off. There's like a whole list of them. And they took one of the things that they did, one of the major, they took 100 years off of a whole slew of them. So it shortened world history just by like 500 or 600 years just from that. Like they have these guys get married and having their first son when they're in their 30s, when they actually, the Bible says originally, that they were in their 130s when that happened, and that the ancient Jewish Bibles had, which the Septuagint preserved, it said that. And one confirmation of that are the Samaritans, the northern 10 tribes who separated like just around the time Solomon did, 1,000 years before Christ. They preserved their own Bibles, and the Septuagint, I think they rejected like the prophets and all that. They went their own way, but they kept the books of Moses. And the Samaritan Pentateuch, their version of it, agrees with the Septuagint chronology exactly. So that, and Josephus, a Jewish historian from the well-known, I think I sent you his book to you, from the 1st century AD. Church fathers and early Christians quote him. He Jewish, not Samaritan, and his chronology agrees with the Septuagint also. But he, anyway, Agapius of Hierapolis, his book goes into detail, exact detail about how the Jews deliberately corrupted the chronology in the new Jewish Bibles after the 2nd century AD, from around 160 forward. And he's got other stuff in there on the very ancient history of the world. It's awesome stuff. I would just say, I won't go into more detail. I'll just say he's representative of the ancient Christian consensus on the chronology of all these major events and things. He talks about the antediluvian stuff with the sons of God and his interpretation, as opposed to, I'm talking about where the book of Enoch says that it was angels mating with humans. And he says, I'm just mentioning that because it's one of the things in there. He gives the standard early Christian view, which is his view is that the angels did not mate with humans. That's the wrong interpretation. And that it was when it says sons of God, it's talking about the descendants of Seth. After a certain point, then they began to they went down into the plain and they mixed and intermarried and had children with the descendants of Cain, and that was when that's what that's talking about, and that as opposed to I guess there's two things you could say. One, Jesus had in the gospel, he had a conversation. I forgot, I think it's in Luke, it may be in one of the Matthew also, but he had a conversation with the Sadducees, and Sadducees are the ones that are, they don't believe in, they're like materialists. They don't believe in spiritual things. They're kind of like agnostic or atheistic. And Jesus rebuked them. This specific conversation, they said with this woman who, her husband died and she went and married his brother, then he died, and so like 7 or 10 of them. And they asked in the afterlife, whose wife is she going to be? And he was like, you fools, don't you know that in the afterlife, the angels don't have gender. There is no, Jesus Christ said this just blatantly, clear as day and concise in the gospel. There is no male and female with angels. They don't have bodies. And so the impact I take from that is that the book of Enoch is that it's not written by Enoch. It's a phony 100% that Enoch himself would have disowned and does disown and reject it because it disagrees straight up on the face what Jesus Christ told the Sadducees. Well, anyway, that's the viewpoint of the early Christians. It's in that I just thought I'd mention it because a lot of people are interested in the book of Enoch, but that the majority of early Christian writers, that's not their view. They view it. That the book of Enoch was not one that they used, but this is a particular knowledgeable book. This universal history by Agapius of Hierapolis for the history of the ancient world. And that website, by the way, tertullian.org, it has a lot of interesting books in English translation. I think the administrator of that website is the one who translated that himself, or used Google Translate and, took out the obvious absurdities or from it. But I took it to FedEx Kinko's myself and printed it out and bound it because it's awesome. But anyway, I just thought you'd want to know about that source. I think it's in 2 different files, 2 volumes.
Okay.
And the first one has all that ancient early history and stuff, which is it ties a lot of things together. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention it as a source.
Okay, can you put it in the Telegram chat so I don't
I
forget?
did. The Telegram chat, yeah, because I did it in the YouTube chat, but I'm not too good at posting where it's linked. But I'll put it in the Telegram chat, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Forgive me for calling in so many times.
I'm sure we'll be all right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you.
Later. Chinese calendar. The Septuagint Greek Old Testament quoted by Jesus in the Apostles, chapter 11 to 12. But thou hast mercy upon all, for thou canst do all things, and winkest at the sins of men because they should amend. Benjamin Netanyahu and his 6 fingers, yeah. Yeah, Satan Yahoo is trending. Isn't that funny? I think time that we know because ad was after the reset, before our records, Chinese record specification. Dennis knows way more than I do, but please look into the pronunciation of Septuagint. Okay. Are we saying it wrong? What then? How did they get Earth women pregnant like it says in the good book? Well, it says that they came into women, like they had sex with them. So these beings, these apparent fallen angel beings, had sex with human women. And then the offspring, allegedly, were the Nephilim. And they were like, you know, hybrid mutant beings. Shapeshifters are not in the Bible. Yeah, I can't recall a story about a shapeshifter, no. Built buildings to last hundreds of years because they lived hundreds of years? Possibly. I mean, if you read scripture, man, people used to live like 6, 7, 8, 900 years. I can't even remember how Dennis said it. I wish there were more Chinese people in this chat. Yeah, we don't have really any Chinese people, do we, Tony? We really don't have a lot of Chinese people who know a lot about Chinese culture or Chinese astrology. It would be cool if we had somebody that knew. So apparently this is real footage of Iran striking a U.S. ship.
الله أكبر الله أكبر انهدام النفط امریکایی در محدوده شمال خلیج فارس.
That looks like a tanker. That's a gas tanker. That's not a military ship. This looks fake. Is this fake too? Yes, that's fake. So much fake stuff, you guys. Breaking. Israel Defense Minister Katz. The IDF has begun a ground maneuver in Lebanon in order to remove threats and protect residents of the Galilee in the north. Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for its aggression in its activity in the Iranian axis aimed at destroying Israel. I just clicked on the Satan Yahoo trending thing, and this is what comes up. Satan Yahoo. A Mossad AI generated Netanyahu.
Missile directly hit this building. Numerous people were killed, hundreds were injured, and there are now soldiers behind me digging through the rubble to try to find the bodies. They are launching rockets at civilian buildings. This is what we need to stop. Behind me is the wreckage from a ballistic missile launched by the Iranian regime. What you can see is a civilian.
It's crazy. Like, doesn't that video that they're putting out to say that Netanyahu's alive, it looks weird, right? It doesn't even look like the same dude. Is it like his look-alike? Look at the eyebrows are different. This is a clone. Satan Yahu's dead. I don't know if it's a clone, but it does look weird. Because this is the video they put out to say that he's alive. Right?
מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי.
But doesn't he look skinny?
אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. ראית?
That he's showing his fingers, that he's only got 5 fingers.
לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה, נותנת כוח לי, לממשלה, לצה"ל, למוסד. אנחנו עושים דברים ש...
Mossad? I don't know what he's saying.
עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון.
But it just looks weird to me.
מספר אצבעות. אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. ראית? בריא שאתה בכלל מת? אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. ראית?
Crazy. Why would he ever get his own coffee? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Dude, it's Iraq all over again with AI tech for better propaganda. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Traditional Chinese history begins about 3000 BC, which corroborates the Septuagint date of the flood in 3258 BC. Racist Tony. Bibi is not dead or any politician here in Israel. The missiles are flying all over the place. No accurate projectiles. Well, I don't know if he's dead or not, but that video looks weird. I know that video looks... I feel like the body of the person in this video has a less husky, skinnier body than what I feel like I've seen Netanyahu in like when he comes to America. Look, see? The eyebrow, it just looks different. Or I don't know how old this picture is. That could just be lighting. Mossad might have kidnapped their own leader. Feeling they even came out with "they are killing babies like always" line, like always, yeah. Neutral link for live war. Americans are the biggest suckers, yeah. Too skinny. Oh, Geo World says Israel tech can reach everyone, anyway, anytime. That's what they want you to believe, isn't it? We live in a cartoon. Exactly. Maybe he never existed. Look at his hand when it goes in his jacket. In this video? Or up here? Let's see.
אני מת על קפה, אתה יודע מה? אני מת על העם שלי. איך הם מתנהגים, פנטסטי. אתה רוצה לספור את מספר אצבעות? אתה יכול להראות לנו? פה. פה. ראית? יפה מאוד. לחיים. אני חושב של המסר לאנשים שיוצאים ומתאווררים? לצאת להתאוורר, אבל ליד מרחב מוגן. והעמידה שלכם היא מדהימה.
I won't see it going in the jacket. I saw it come out of the jacket.
צה"ל, למוסד, אנחנו עושים דברים שאני לא יכול לשתף ברגע זה, אבל עושים דברים מכים באיראן חזק מאוד, גם ביום הזה, גם בלבנון.
Shut up. I don't want to listen to him talk. Right there? You mean? That didn't look any... I don't know. I didn't... I don't know. Also, it documented that BB is left-handed. It's documented that BB is left-handed. Why is he holding the cup with his right hand? I don't know. Here, okay, I'll slow it down. I'll put it on the slowest playback speed. We can look. I just don't really... I have to go... Let's see, because here... It's already in his jacket pocket, right? So the hand's already in the pocket. So let's go to here. I mean, he is kind of talking with his left hand. You know, the way a left-hander would. Okay, that was kind of weird. Like that jacket moves on its own. Whoa, that's weird. Dude, the jacket moves on its own. Do you guys see that? Like the pocket like moves. Blip! Right there. It like moves on its own. What, dude? That's phony. That's some phony shit. Alright, I think this might... I'm thinking this is fake video now. Look at that. Blip! Oh my goodness. Look at that shit. That's a phony ass video, you guys. Look at that. Blip! Oh my goodness. Wild, dude. That's wild. We just debunked the Netanyahu video that this is what to prove he's alive. Right here. Oh my god. The pocket totally puts itself around Netanyahu's hand. There's a close-up vid of his hand and jacket. The fabric snaps back too quickly. Russian land is less than 10 miles from American land, Alaska, and they worried us. Huh? Yep, she saw it. Yeah. The hidden hand. Pocket covered the hand. Yes. Is there one in the other video too? Because there's 2 videos, right? Where's the other one? This one. Then they're saying the ring disappears. And then it's visible again. That's kind of weird. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how good AI got so quickly. Don't you think that's crazy? I think that's crazy. AI coffee shop fake news. His ear is funky. Pocket gate. Also, apparently the coffee shop is an hour away from his defense bunker. Not smart to be that far away. Didn't they... Man. So interesting. Interesting. We certainly live in interesting times. This is true, by the way. Fuel temperature affects what you receive at the pump. It's true. So that's just a weird thing that popped up randomly. I don't know. New 22-year-old man ejected from a Jeep after colliding with a Tesla in port. The driver of the Jeep who caused the crash was arrested for DWI. These idiots who hit me going 75 miles an hour. Oh my god. Are you kidding? And they got in an accident? Dipshit morons. Oh my god. Post by feds. Netanyahu AI footage based on 2024 photo. Somebody in chat mentioned the 2024 on the cup too, right? Why did it say 2024? It's wild, man. It's wild. Anyway. Saw a picture of him with 6 fingers. The ring thing again. I see whole day BB on TV. Sorry, guys, he lives. All politicians here in Israel are untouched. I mean, that's what they show you guys. How do you know that, Geo World, how do you know that you're not being propagandized by your own government? How do you know that you're not being propagandized too, just like us? Why do you think that you're immune from being propagandized? Because you're in Israel. Like, you're probably just as heavily propagandized, if not more, than the rest of us. So why do you believe what you see on your TV? You were denied watching videos on YouTube unless you did the bio ID face thing? Really? Have you noticed internet changes such as reminders popping up telling you to sleep or rest? Thus, this is a new thing within the past 2 months? No. That's crazy. Israel isn't real. AI projected to take over 70 to 80% of all content over the next couple of years. We are handing over entertainment and news. Yes. Govern the mind. Mind control. Yes. We are never not being propagandized by government. Exactly. Afro man Joseph Foreman punched a woman on stage during a concert in Biloxi, Mississippi in February 2015. Cell phone video captured him hitting the woman who was dancing behind him, knocking her down. Afro man was arrested for assault, later released on bond, and his spokesperson cited it as an involuntary reflex reaction. There are a lot of people who say they don't have a problem with Afro man punching the woman and that she got what she would deserve for getting up on stage with him. What do you think? I think that's a little excessive, Afro man. What the hell? I would have pressed charges against him too. Okay, that's 2015. Damn. Ben Stiller launched a soda line, made a public appearance at a grocery store, and literally no one gave a F. The world is healing. Is that true? They're like, who is this tiny little man? Are you in Tel Aviv, Geo World? I don't know where he is, but I know he's in Israel. Oh my God, Tommy. I'm not reading that. This is the clearest AI video I've seen in my life. Look at the board. Even the letters aren't real. I mean, I wouldn't know because I don't write anything in Hebrew. Are these not real Hebrew letters? I would never know. The board in the image has half Hebrew text that makes no sense at all. Doesn't work at all as a cafe sign, huh? Interesting. So they're putting out fake videos of Bibi to prove he's alive. Now that doesn't mean that he's dead. That doesn't mean that he's dead. But it does seem that they're putting out fake videos. Tel Aviv this morning, we're going to release a list of top government liquidated officials. A $20,000 drone destroyed a $1 billion aircraft. The UAE has officially lost its advanced early warning and air surveillance aircraft, the Saab Global Eye. Valued at nearly $1 billion, it was reportedly destroyed by a drone, costing no more than $20,000. Well, is that true? Who even knows what's true anymore? How do we even know, like, what's true anymore? Any of these videos showing stuff happening, like, it's impossible. It's impossible to know. And people keep making different AI videos out of the same picture. What the hell is that? It's anti-Semitic if you don't buy a soda. Fokker passed away. Hilarious. Rest in peace, Fokker. Oh, that's right, because of the Fokker movie, yeah. There was somebody else who was trying to call while Dennis was on the line, and then you didn't call back. I'm gonna wrap it up right quick here. Karaganov recently told Tucker Carlson the way they are provoking Germany and England will possibly get hit with weapons of mass destruction by Russia within 2 years, and the U.S. will not help them. You know, I don't want to see anybody get hit with weapons of mass destruction. Naharia? Yes, I remember Flat Earth Fucker. Yes. Yeah, dude, that was crazy. I think it was 2021. Wasn't it? Because all that trouble started for him after he came to the Carolinas for Flattoberfest. 2020. Yeah, November 2021. That's right, Sue. I know when I look over a lake, the water is flat. Yes. During COVID, yeah. In the hype of the COVID in the beginning. Yeah, dude, remember he was having to go to court and he was fighting the Canadian government. He was going to court fighting that stuff, and then he just randomly died. It was so suspicious. So suspicious. I mean, I don't even know still what they say the official cause of death is for him. Does anybody know? Like, I have no idea. Or did they say heart attack? Yeah, I think they did, Sue. I think they did say. Supposed to come to my comedy show. The Invisible Rainbow. Yeah. I have that book. I don't know if it's up here or downstairs, but I have that book, The History of the Invisible Rainbow by Arthur Furstenberg, who actually passed away recently, which is kind of sad. The stress, yeah. The new Atlas channel. Good channel for long-range goals of U.S. The new Atlas channel. Miss Mac, though, he was a good dude. He was very over the top and a little intrusive at times, but funny and a good dude. Quite a he was quite a force. Yeah.
And I thought about it, and I think, unfortunately, what I've come to is that in order to kind of reverse the tide and get people to remember what is important, we have to have a world war where we eliminate 3.5 billion people. I don't think that there's another way to do it. When I look at the rise of identity politics and how troubling that is, the only course of action that I could think of would be a world war that would eliminate half the population in a period of 24 months. How many people live on Earth? 7.5 billion?
Every one of my mentors pass away before I can get to meet them in person. I spoke with him like 2 months before he passed away. I sent him some money. He was a good dude. Yeah. New Atlas Channel is very well informed and professional. Former U.S. Marine Brian Burletic, based in Thailand. Mac did one of my most favorite vids of me, so I wish I had a copy. Yeah. And I'm sure it exists somewhere, Cammy. I just have no idea where that would be. Is his channel? No, his channel got taken off of YouTube. A senseless death, flat earth Fokker. Why is this guy talking about When your friend believes the earth is flat. Have you guys seen this? I've not seen this. It won't play. Won't play. Anyway, yeah, his channel is not there anymore. So what did it say about Millie Bobby Brown?
Millie, when you were 14 years old, you said on a TikTok live that you thought the earth was flat.
Unfortunately, yes, I did.
Do you still believe this?
No.
Telling the truth.
Although I've never seen, like, the you know when you're on a plane, sometimes you can see it, the curve. I've not seen that yet.
You've seen satellite pictures, right?
I have, yeah. Thanks, Judd.
Look at her face. What is that?
Millie, when you were 14 years old, you said on a TikTok live that you thought the earth was flat.
Unfortunately, yes, I did.
Do you still believe this?
No.
Telling the truth.
Although I've never seen, like, the you know when you're on a plane, sometimes you can see it, the curve. I've not seen that yet.
You've seen satellite pictures, right?
I have, yeah. Thanks, Judd.
Her face. What is that, dude? What is that? What is that? What do the comments say? Judge real scared for a second. I don't know. I don't think that's her going back to the globe. I don't believe in overpopulation. Yeah, I don't either. Mac was in court, noticed judge saw him digging Magnum PI theme while they played his personal computer files, and she rolled her eyes and Mac laughed out loud. Feeling blessed, surrounded by fields and Niagara Falls, like to play music and create, sharing that peace of mind. Cool. Karen B, if the video is on the top 10 feed, it won't be flat friendly. Her agent told her to say so, yeah. Find it difficult to find Rob's umpteen billion vids. You just go to his channel. His channel is still up. You can. It's still there, like an archive. Look, see, I even spelled his name wrong, and it came up. All his videos are here. All of his old work is here. You know what's crazy? Seeing that that picture of the Georgia Guidestones. Remember when we all went to well, Ted and I, we went to Atlanta for a thing that Zen Garcia was putting together, and everybody met up at the Georgia Guidestones, and we all made a big circle around the Georgia Guidestones, and we prayed for it to fall down. And then a couple years later, it did. I just think that's very interesting. Millie Bobby Brown, yeah. Yeah, but Rob's channel's still here. All his videos are still here. His playlist's still here. Everything. Yeah, all his stuff. Everything that he was doing, still here. Rob's Flat Earth videos. View full playlist. There you go. Unavailable videos are hidden. I wonder what they hid. What did they hide? But anyway, yeah, all of it's here. Before we went flat, just talking about scripture, Nephilim. Well, it should all be here. His whole channel, like everything he's ever done. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. Tony Coriolis.
What's up, Tony?
Hey. Okay, I got like a little, I put a couple of them in the Rebellion chat, but I got like a little flip through day by day calendar thing that's like a Farmer's Almanac brand calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep it on my desk, and every day I just flip it, and it's pretty interesting stuff. So today, the one that it showed for today, I just threw that up in the Rebellion, and I got like a question about it. I just put it there. If you could pull that up, and then I got one other thing to say.
Okay.
So the one other thing that I got is for the Waymos. So they're in my city, and I start work at 4 a.m., so early morning, it's always me and a bunch of Waymos out on the road. And I just always look at them and kind of like shake my head, like, like as I think I should. Other people are like, oh, I wave at them because the computers might come sentient and be in charge. Like, no, I give them a disapproving look every time I see them. And then someone said earlier how they think it's like someone in another country running the Waymos. I don't think it is. But what do you think on that?
No, I think they do have there. I don't think there's like a person in a room somewhere that's actually driving the car. I don't think so.
Yeah, I agree. And it almost kind of proves it with the situations where it's like a cone right in front of it and it's just stuck. Because
exactly.
Yeah, and I think that really, like, they scan horizontally kind of everything. But it did make me think. I think I know how to, say the Waymos do go out of control. I think I understand how you would stop a Waymo, like a rogue Waymo or anything. Because, okay, it's always scanning horizontally, but say it comes, it's going under a bridge, it's never scanning up. It's never planning on something to be up. So you could, drop something from when it's coming out of a bridge. Does that, at the end of a bridge, it never scans something to, up. It only scans horizontally. So I think that's a way on how, say they ever go crazy, I at least know how I'd stop a couple Waymos.
Right. I don't think they'd see you coming from above.
No, I really don't think that they would. I think they're just scanning horizontally. And I even asked one time when they were fresh out here, and I called them the Strange World, and Mark loves his Waymo talk. So I was talking about how there were no lane lines, and a Waymo was going too slow, but I didn't want to pass it since, if you got into an accident with it, Waymo's got all the lawyers, so they'd somehow win that, even if it, encroached in my space or whatever. So I just didn't pass it, which I did not like taking the L to the Waymo, letting them have the upper hand as, oh, I won't pass the Waymo because it's, because it's not safe. I don't trust them at all. But then just one more analyzation thing on the Waymos. I noticed that, say I'm right next to one at a light, it never crosses the intersection first. It always lets, the human driving car pass the intersection first. Then once it gets past, that square that's in the intersection, you know what I mean when I say that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so once it gets past that square, then it, accelerates a lot. It actually, they do have them going kind of fast, but it's only after, it crosses two crosswalks, then it will go really fast. And even in, the school zones, it does, a full stop at the school zones, in the name of safety. So I just hate the Waymos, and I'm still in analyzation mode. I'll never ride in one to help my analyzation, but I just got my eyes on these Waymos, as I think anyone should if they got them around. And then just for that first thing, did you pull up the thing from the Farmer's Almanac that I put in there?
Yes, about the taters.
Yes, it says, plant your taters whenever you like, but they won't come until after April. So does that, kind of mean, I know they tell you when to plant in the Farmer's Almanac. I should have cross-referenced with when it suggests to plant potatoes, but that's just, they won't be full potatoes until after April, and I'm sure people do. Are you any experience with planting potatoes?
I actually want to try to grow potatoes again this year. I did grow sweet potatoes one year, and I don't remember ever having to worrying about this. So I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
it kind of makes
I
sense
found it
though
a
because
little.
it's a root. It's a it's a root plant, right? So it's like it's always under the ground. I mean, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And, I do have more to say, but I'm sorry. Now I'm getting a call from my boss. So thanks, Karen, for taking my call. I'll call about potatoes specifically next week.
Okay. Take care, Tony.
All right. Peace out. Have a good day.
Bye. Potatoes are easy to grow. Yeah. Get tater tots. What's up, love bunny? Heard Farmer's Almanac isn't going to be around much longer. I sincerely, I heard that too, but then they were printing it. Then it's still out. I mean, that's 2026 version. So I don't know. That could be just a rumor. Yeah. So anyway. And then Scooter says his potatoes are coming up now. I mean, it's the middle of March. I feel like Punxsutawney Phil supposedly saw his shadow and we're supposed to have more winter, but I don't think that's right. I don't think we're having more winter because spring has sprung as far as I'm concerned. All the dogwood trees are blooming. My peach trees bloomed. So I think Punxsutawney Phil was wrong. My friend's taters are about a foot high. Mine are about 2 inches. Yeah. All right, you guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I do appreciate you. Oh, it's 2:22 p.m. What a great time to wrap up episode 222 of Coffee Talk. And I almost said Strange World because I was thinking, isn't that interesting? Because Strange World just had episode 555 and now Coffee Talk has episode 222. And yeah, it's been great. I enjoy every Moonday chatting with y'all. Thanks for being here. And I'm sorry if I offend you by telling you that meltology is retarded. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend people, but it is retarded. Have a nice day. Much love, everyone, and take care. You can send physical mail to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina 28038. You can also follow me on Ko-Fi.com, and if you enjoy my shows and want to send me a tip, anything and everything is greatly appreciated, and thank you. And it's official. Flat Earth Festivals has been retired. It was great fun while it lasted, and I hope you all cherish the memories we made at Flattoberfest as much as I do, and it was a pleasure to watch so many online friendships become in real life friendships